p.m. Let's see. This meeting is a hybrid meeting, which means that some or all the public body is meeting remotely. And some are meeting physically in a previously known location where the public may attend to observe, listen, and participate contemporaneously. One member of the public body or other staff is present at the location to ensure the public can participate if desired. Please note that we will strive to provide means for those attending remotely to participate in a public comment period. There may be technical difficulties or reasons that otherwise prevent or interrupt remote public participation. Therefore, it's important to note that the open meeting law only ensures the public's right to participate and comment at a public meeting by attending at the designated physical location as posted in the notice and agenda, which is here. If a member of the public or the public body has technical difficulties, you can refer to the agenda, which was posted, and it tells you the phone number who to call. Okay, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have any volunteers who'd like to lead us this evening?
I'll do it.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Joe. We have no business before us as a local liquor control board this evening. Order of agenda, anything anyone wants to change or discuss? Okay. That will bring us to public comment. So for public comment, we ask that you come up to the microphone, state your name, your town of residence, and you have 5 minutes to bring up issues that are not on the agenda. And we'll start with people in the room and then we'll go to people that are on Zoom. Is anyone in the room that would like to come up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Simon Dennis, resident of Hartford. And although what I wanted to share with you this evening is of a personal nature, I hope that it is relevant to the proceedings. I wanted to address you all as public servants of the highest order. And what I mean by that is people who are motivated in your work by a commitment to the well-being of Hartford residents that is brought forward by sincere caring for other people. And what I wanted to think a little bit about with you is the relationship between that impulse of caring and our certain aspects of our municipal process. In the past, there has been sometimes when people bring forward an aspect that they have a particular care about, it has been referred to as a special interest of the person or perhaps a personal agenda. And I want us to be skeptical of that language because I have for a long time felt that everybody has a particular way in which their caring is relates with this particular time, and that might be the very best thing that you have to bring forward. That might be what we're counting on you to find ways to express in your work as on the select board, also for people who are on committees, also staff members, etc. And I think we need to find ways to honor that as much as possible, and also to be very sensitive to the ways in which our municipal process can sometimes be stifling to that aspect. There was a time in Hartford's history when we, as part of our process, sometimes had what we would call strategic use of conflict. And I'm very, very happy to see that that's not happening anymore in Hartford as it was maybe 10 or 15 years ago. However, I do believe that there's some aspects of our municipal process which can be stifling to the passions and commitments of the citizens when they bring them forward, or perhaps your own, or perhaps those of staff. And I guess I wanted to just mention a couple of them. One in particular relates with the way in which information flows around the town, and perhaps a tendency towards hoarding information or not making it available to people so that they can engage the process. And another that I would mention is sometimes what we could refer to as unnecessary delay in process. And the reason I wanted to bring this forward is because I'd read something that I had written a couple of years ago about my own thinking upon learning that we have folks that are camping out during winter. And I was really struck by my own sort of sense of commitment and passion around that issue. And I confess to you that as the years have rolled on, there has been a lessening of that. And I think that is partly due just natural evolution of things, but it's also due to the extent to which my own energies have been mixed with a process which is municipal by nature, and you could say also bureaucratic of some sort. And to me, that particular evolution of that kind of passion and that kind of commitment could be seen as a loss to the community, or it could be seen as something very precious being squandered. And I don't know if any of you have had the same experience with regards to things that you're particularly passionate about, or if other committee members have had an experience of their own, the way in which their particular caring for humanity and their own particular genius is not treated as a precious resource of the community, but rather is seen as somehow some kind of a threat, or is seen as something which is expendable. I don't think we can squander those that passion and that genius in the citizenry, or in our elected officials, or in our staff, without ending up in a town that we don't really want to live in. Thus, that particular aspect of what we have here is too precious. So I just wanted to bring forward, I have noticed that there's ways in which that we as a town are operating, which I think are not necessarily honoring that as much as we might. And over time, I think that the aspect is detrimental to our overall work together. So anyway, I just hope these thoughts are have kind of evolved over the breadth of some of your predecessors on the board. But I just hope that you will each individually recognize the preciousness of your passion for the well-being of others, and be circumspect about the way in which we as a municipal organism can honor that, both in your work and also in other people that come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room have comments to share?
Brian Horn, Hartford, Vermont. I'm going to bring up something that was at a previous meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I want to say kudos to the board for voting down the mask mandate that was either last meeting or 2 meetings ago. Thank you very much. I think that the board understood that the solution was becoming worse than the problem. I started looking at some numbers of this whole Corona thing, and I realized that about 55 to 60 million people die each year in the US, excuse me, in the world, and only 1.8 million is COVID. It seems like a big number. And there's a lot of people, heart disease is #1, cancer is #2, Corona is 3. What are we doing about 1 and 2? So it's easy to go out there, and I believe that masks will probably stop you from getting colds, the flu, Corona, but when does this solution become worse than the problem? I think we've reached that point, and I thank the board for understanding that. Auto deaths are about 1.35 million people per year in the world, and it'd be easy to fix that problem. Let's save 1.35 million people a year. Let's do it. Let's throw away all the cars and nobody drive a car. Nobody would die in a car accident. We'd have 0 deaths. Why don't we do that? Because the solution is worse than the problem. So I hope that you continue this thought in tonight's meeting, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond to the previous speaker for a moment. I'm sitting here very troubled about getting scolded that we're stifling people when there's meetings that were held when you were with us that I felt many people were stifled, and that was okay then. So I'm just wrestling with this. I just, I don't feel that we're doing that now, but coming from the previous speaker, I'm very troubled by this, and that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
I'd also like to make a comment about not this last speaker, but the previous speaker. I fully understand that we as a town need to provide as a human beings, we need to look after our fellow human beings. However, we as the leadership of the town also have a duty to look after the property owner's rights within the town. And when we try to balance property owners' rights against a homeless community, it's extremely difficult balance. And property owners do have those rights that they have to be allowed to enforce. And there is not an easy solution to the homeless population, but I firmly believe that the solution is not infringement upon property owners' rights and their liberties within the town of Hartford. We all have a heart, we all care for people, but we have a duty to serve our citizens primarily first. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room?
Can I hand out my pamphlets to people?
Can you please state your name and your town of residence, please, first?
Good evening. My name is Heidi Duto from White River Junction. May I hand you out my, this is my questions for the evening. I just want you to know, I'd like my answers. So I wrote them out for you.
You can bring them up, yeah.
They're for one of each of you, including Tracy.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's just one sheet per person.
And it's on the back. It goes to the
Okay.
back.
Thank you.
No,
Are you looking
thank you.
Are you looking for a response right now?
Huh?
Are you looking for a response right now to this?
I would
during
like
the meeting.
answers. Yes, please.
Wait, let's, Heidi has the floor. So it's 6:12. We're giving her 5 minutes to speak and then we'll have questions afterwards, okay?
I just want you guys to have it before I start.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dan. Lana's already has hers, so you don't have to struggle to get it down here, Tracy. So good evening, everyone. My name is Heidi Duto. A lot of this has to do with the budget, as this is our final chance to speak. I would like you to please explain to me, and I'm not going to bring up names or positions really, but I'd like to know how one individual's job now entitles them to a $20,000 raise and an assistant, because in my entire life, I've never heard of a $20,000 a year raise. And I just want to know exactly what this person's job has now taken on to require such a raise. That's why I've written out these questions, because I can't encompass what this person's done differently. And I'd like to know how to justify such a large amount of money, since now this person is making just under what the town manager's making. Because I looked it up. That was question number 2. And I would like to know if any members on this board or the town manager that prepared this budget gave any thought how to any of my following questions have thought how this proposed budget would affect the delinquent tax line. Because the delinquent tax line in the past has been very high. Any of these new proposed tax budgets are so high, everyone. They're so high. If we go forward to any of these proposed tax these proposed budgets, do you not consider what it's going to do to the delinquent tax line? More people are going to fall into that delinquent tax budget line because they're not going to be able to pay their bills as it is. They're not going to be able to put food on their table at home. They're not going to pay for their medical. How are they going to pay their taxes? How are they going to pay their water and sewer bills? Have any of you just even taken that into consideration when looking at these budgets? That's my question for A. For B, excuse me, A. Now, B. Have we even considered the effect on the homeless population? The higher you go with the taxes, the higher the cost of living is. And they struggle as it is. Affordable housing is a priority in our town. It has been for a long time. As the budget goes up, it hurts more of our people in our town. It's a vicious cycle. It does. It's a very vicious cycle, I hate to say it. Have you once stopped to think that you're creating that vicious cycle by not considering that we're still in a pandemic and the economy is not good? Just because the departments want or possibly desire more doesn't always mean that it's time for it all to happen right now. I think a lot of their thoughts and their reasoning for what they need or want is a really good thing, because I've sat in most of your meetings. I think you're probably sick of seeing my face. I don't enjoy sitting through all these meetings. I don't really desire coming here and sitting through all these meetings, but someone has to. We need to prioritize what we can afford and move forth with what is most important. Now I'm going to move on to another different topic, because today is the day that I believe I was promised with some updates. Any updates on the RV that's still parked in the municipal parking lot? As I followed up with Hartford Police Department and the zoning department, I was informed to do so. The people from the VFW, I stopped and talked to them 2 Fridays ago. It was dark outside. They told me a lot of things. They told me they don't feel safe walking across the parking lot after they've been at their club, because 2 things happen at night. The people that are in the RV, most nights they have to call HPD because they're how did I put that? Disorderly conduct or disturbing of the peace, because they're screaming, there's vulgar, there's fighting. If you don't believe me, call HPD. Another issue is over towards the back of the apartment buildings and the houses, both lights are out. I don't know what the number of the sign is, Tracy. I didn't walk over there. I don't feel safe getting out of my car in that parking lot. I'm not gonna lie. But I can tell you both of those lights, because there's 4 lights in that parking lot, not the one towards the VFW, the one towards the Legion. There's 2 big lights. Those bulbs are blown. It's pitch black. I drove over there tonight to verify. My second item is, I know you people have said to me again and again and again, there are many ordinances and rules and violations in this town, but you keep telling me you're waiting on signs. As you enter into this parking lot, the one-way in, right there on that corner of grass, there is a big sign on the ground from the town of Hartford. Additional parking is available after 5:30 and on weekends in the court parking lot. If we can get these signs made, why are we not getting signs made for the parking lot itself? We're in a pandemic and signs are not always made and available. And that's my questions for the evening. I printed these up because I'm not always given my questions and answers back. So this is not me being mean, not me being rude, inconsiderate, or hard to get along with. I just never get my answers. So I wrote them down so that they're not forgotten. The people of this town need answers. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Heidi, I appreciate your passion. And you are correct in the fact that you deserve answers to questions. I'm going to be honest with you, some of these answers you're not going to get today. But, one of the things that I want to kind of make clear is this board and this body is not in the enforcement business. We can't enforce anything. We can direct the town manager to do certain things, but we as a board cannot enforce anything. We cannot direct the HPD to do anything. We as a body have one employee and that's Tracy. So I know it's frustrating for you sometimes and you come to ask us questions, but we as a body cannot enforce, particular things like the RV work. So I just want to state that. The other thing, and this is probably a little bit because there may be some confusion. Those signs as far as the additional parking, those weren't made by the town. I took it upon myself to go to some channels to see if we could do that and enhance some of the parking that downtown was having to alleviate some of those problems. So that was not a town situation. So if you want to blame that, blame me. And I apologize for the confusion on that. I'll be honest with you, some of the other questions I'm not prepared, and this is me personally, to answer, and I can't answer these questions specifically. And maybe some of my colleagues would like to take a stab at it, but once again, I also will say that the budget last year was flat. There was no increase in our budget and tax rate, and there is additional cost to run the town. And I know it's sometimes frustrating, but we had to at some point go, all right, what do we need, and what does the individual departments need? Now, we may disagree as individuals on this board what's important and what's not, and that's and I'm going to speak for myself. I personally welcome that. I mean, from everybody on this board, and I've gone to each one of these my colleagues and said we need to debate certain things. It was a bit troubling that not everyone in on this board felt that they weren't heard, and so we need to work on that. I think that this is a difficult. This is my first term, and probably if you told me before I got into this, how much of a heavy lift this was, Kim, I blame you. I would think twice. But here's the thing, and I think everybody can agree. We do the best that we can, and we do it for the people of Hartford, and we make decisions for the people of Hartford. We're not going to all agree, and I'm not going to, I applaud you for coming and doing what I think is right and voicing your opinion to what we have here and what we should do. When I can give you an opinion that's thought out, I will. But when I say I don't know, I don't know. And I appreciate you coming forth and some of these answers, we'll try to get you try to get you some of the answers, but some of these answers also is up to the people of this town when they vote on the budget. So when we push this forward, you know, they can go yay or nay. We don't like this budget, and we want you to go back to the drawing board. So if you don't like some of the line items on this budget, when you go in the voting booth in March, you put your thumbs down and say, I don't like this budget. And then if enough people feel like you, guess what we got to do? We got to go back to the drawing board and figure it out again. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want to add to that a few things. As Joe did a very good job of explaining most of it, so thank you, Joe. But we are up here and we hear through the town manager from the department. So when the departments have, and I'm not sure specifically which person you're talking about in your question number one, which is a good thing. I don't want to know. But when a department is understaffed or whatever, they do their due diligence and their research and they compare to what's happening in other towns, what the going rates are. If it's a small department that's where they're vital and they're the only person who knows how to do certain things, that's a problem for the town. It's something that we've encountered during the pandemic, where there's only one person who knows how to do something. It doesn't work when they're not here. So if they're sick or out for a long time, then we're in crisis mode and things don't get done. I think the rest of the budget, as you've heard, whether it's from the climate committee, whether it's from public works, whether it's from the police department, whether it's from the energy commission, the homeless committee, all the different people, the sister city, everyone in town belongs to certain organizations and groups, and they have their interests that are really important to them. And they come to us and they say, we want this to happen. We want Gate Street. We want a pool. We want whatever it is. So we weigh all those things in and say, okay, we've heard from a group of people that wants this here. It's important to them. So what people fail to realize is it might only be 50 cents tax increase or $500 tax increase, whatever it is, but all those things add up. So when everyone comes to us with all their special requests, that's what we have sitting in front of us here. We have everyone's come forward saying, we want this, we want this. And as your board, we're listening to you saying, this is what the citizens came to us to say. This is what they requested that we do. So we're listening to the voices. Sometimes the voices are not, very rarely are they everyone in town agreeing. Which is a good thing, I think, but it puts it out there, puts it on the table, as Joe said, for people to decide as a community, is this project or this topic or this, whatever it is, worth that amount of money, okay? So we've heard from the experts in town that run it through Tracy from the departments, when they give us a recommendation, we put that forward. When people say, the sidewalks aren't being plowed or the sidewalks need to be replaced or, they're not trimmed or whatever, we hear those things and this is what it's costing us, okay? So if you want that to happen, this is going to be the cost to you. Do you want to support that? Or are you willing to let things slide a little bit? Are you willing to let certain ordinance not be enforced? Are you willing to not have every sidewalk be pristine? Whatever those issues are, it's a balancing act. So that's what we're hearing and that's what we're listening to. So this is out where we're going to discuss this a little more tonight. And that goes back to the voters to decide. So if the voters vote it down, we know that it was only this small portion of the town that wanted that project. And that's probably not something the general town is supporting. So we need to come back with something that addresses that maybe takes that out of the budget. And then that group is not going to be happy. But if that's the will of the majority of the voters, that's where we are. So in my personal opinion, that's sort of the way the process is working. And as someone said, I'm not sure if it was Lanny or Joe or Tracy or Kim, I don't remember, but we don't have the authority to enforce ordinances and things. So sometimes, when we say we're going to get you an answer or direct you somewhere, that is the best we can do at the time, okay? And that's all we are empowered to do. So it's frustrating, very frustrating, I realize. And as Joe mentioned, the signs, I think those were done individually, not by the town, as he said. So that's a different situation there. And I think I'll just leave it at that unless anyone else has more comments that they want to share. Benny.
I see the frustration that Ms. Judo is having because I think that she has, as well as others, have asked questions in the past. And the board and town manager have said that they'll get back to them and the questions haven't been answered. And when the board says that they'll find an answer, the answer if it's taken under advisement by the board, the citizen approaches the board, which is the face of the town. That citizen approaches the board says they'll get an answer. The board should provide the answer directly back to that person. I don't feel that it should be passed down to a department head. The chain of command should be the department heads get the answer up to the town manager, to the board, and then the board provides the answer to the citizens. But I think that some of the frustration she's having is that she's asked questions in the past, and there's been considerable lag of time, and they're not being answered. Am I correct in that statement?
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I think is fundamentally flawed with this board and our governance, is that when we tell people that we're going to get an answer for them and we don't, that's bad on us, right? We need to do what we say we're going to do. It's all part of ISO and Six Sigma. You say what you're going to do and do what you're going to say and make sure you've done it. Check to make sure you've done it. We're not doing that. So I think we're doing a disservice to the citizens of the town. Thank you.
I respectfully disagree with you, Lanny. I think that as questions have been brought up many times on various topics that are here again tonight, we have addressed them with the information we have that we have available to us. And I think the procedure is that you described is also not 100% accurate. I'll just leave it at that for now so that we can move on. Are there other people in the room that haven't had a chance to speak? Yeah, come on up.
Vasiki Chauhan. I live in Hartford as well, and I also rent a commercial space at Main Street Museum. I wanted to respond to this false dichotomy between people who pay property taxes and the homeless members of the town of Hartford, because in that calculus, I find myself with more affinity to the homeless members of the community. I think a lot of you might have heard about these discussions around tenants' rights, around just cause evictions, rent strikes that have been happening throughout the country. We have to consider the fact that there is a significant migratory population in this town and in neighboring towns around us. And I encourage everyone on the select board to consider what that means for the housing landscape. If you're going to define the citizenship of the town of Hartford by people who pay property taxes and not the people who live and breathe here and use the services of this community. I also want to implore everyone to kind of take another look at the report from the ad hoc committee on the emergency shelter, because it sort of talks about this multifaceted issue of homelessness in the area, which is not just people who don't want to live here but can't afford to live here because they can't buy a house, or are moving back to this area because they have family here and it's exorbitantly expensive to live in other parts of this country. So when we talk about housing, when we talk about the rights and citizenship of this area, we can't talk about the issue of homelessness fairly if we don't also talk about the comorbidity with substance use, with racial justice, and with immigrant rights. So the issue is a lot more complicated than those who don't have shelter over their head and those who pay property taxes. So I just wanted to add in my 2 cents about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Emily Strizich. I live in Hartford, here in White River Junction. I understand that the Gate Street closure is on the panel for 7:30 tonight, and I can assure you my troops here are getting restless, more restless by the moment, and are not going to last till 7:30. But I did want to go on the record as saying how wonderfully safe that road. I live right at the bottom of the hill where cars come careening down before they hit this speed bump that usually bottoms out their cars because they're going much too fast. And I can tell you, since that road has closed, that's not happening nearly as often. In fact, it almost doesn't happen at all, because those people that are now driving down Fairview Terrace are members of the community, and they value the safety of the community and the children and the animals that live there. I can also tell you that I've seen a huge uptick in pedestrian traffic, which I've just seen is so lovely. And my kids get to have these wonderful conversations with neighbors who are walking by and meeting all the animals that are coming by. This one's learning to walk and that one's learning to ride a bike. And it's felt a lot safer for them to be doing that on Fairview Terrace since since Gate Street has been closed. I also just want to say, just from a pragmatic level, that's not an arterial road. That, you know, Sykes is up the way, and then you have the highway down there, which both go right into downtown and are intended and already have all of the safety features in place to be able to manage that influx of traffic. So I just, again, I know it's on the agenda for later this evening, but I did want to go on the record as saying that I, as a resident of Hartford, oppose any reconstruction to Gate Street and love the idea of keeping that open as a pedestrian byway into downtown and encouraging the flow of pedestrians back and forth between the areas. So thank you so much for your time.
Others in the room?
Good evening, Mike Nervous, Harvard Lawn. Somebody said something to me this week that made me think a little bit about what I want to talk about, how I want to present things, but I believe there is a perception, I particularly have one. Mr. Chair, you disagree with Lanny about things, but there are questions that have been asked in this township that have not gotten answers when the citizens were told they would. I'm an example of it, of a couple so far. One is that you told me to come back in a month if I didn't get an answer about why we're working from home and everything else, and it's been over a month. So just to inform you, I haven't had any feedback. You said wait a month and ask again, and then you would direct the town manager or whatever you're going to do, handle it. But I don't think the board wants this perception that people can't ask questions. I got an email from a person tonight that wanted me to ask on them anonymously because they're afraid of retaliation. That kind of bothered me. So I'm not up here to complain. I'm here to ask if you can't come up with some sort of procedure when a citizen comes forward with a question. That you're always talking about the process. We have a process. We have a process. Let's have a process for getting answers to questions when people have them. Let's give them some good feedback that will prevent this feeling of lack of transparency or consideration. I think that would be helpful to the board and make it a stronger board and give the citizens the confidence that you are doing everything for them. And I mean, when I wait almost 6 months to get an answer and I have to go to FOIA to kind of get it, I don't think that's fair. When I was told that I would get an answer and I got the emails documented, but can you think about coming up with some sort of process that, you know, if a person get back by the next meeting, something, feedback, not just in hand. I watched her approach this board with some concerns, and one of the first meetings she came here, she was told by Mr. Chair that there's a procedure, and we weren't aware of this problem, but now we're made aware of it. Now we can do something. She's still asking the same questions, and she said saying that you told her that now have you gone to zone board? Have you gone to the police station? Other things where the first initial one, I believe you said, you know, now you made us aware. Now we can do something. So that guides us in the wrong way. So can we come up with a procedure? Something that will help resolve this, prevent it from happening in the future. Thank you for your time.
What I'm hearing you say is that you'd like a procedure. We have a procedure already, and it's that you can come up, please have a seat, I'm talking, that you can come up and you can speak, and you can speak this way. You can email us, you can call us, you can reach out to us in many different ways. When something is brought to us, sometimes the answer that you receive may not be the answer that you like, but it is an answer, okay? And sometimes we don't have the answer, and it takes a lot longer as we find out about things that the topic might develop further into other questions. So when something comes to us and we hand it over to the town manager to address it, when something comes back, we share it with you, okay? But sometimes for certain reasons, we don't have those answers. So when we get feedback from someone else, we share that with you. I don't think that's a fair statement to say that there's not a procedure that we don't get back to you. And you know, I'm at this point, I don't think that anyone sitting up here in any one of these positions is going to please every person in town, and we're doing the best we can, you know? But sometimes just because you don't like the answer to the question doesn't mean that you didn't get an answer. And it doesn't mean that you're not being heard. It means that for whatever reason, we need to find more time. So with the RV question, we have presented it to the town manager, who then said, this is the procedure you follow. That was an educational experience for me. I heard you, I tried to address your concerns and other people's concerns about that. I found out this was the process just as you did. And so now we're following that process, which is those people that have a concern about that, go to the police, they go to Public Works, they go to the health officer. That's the process that's working. So as Joe and other people have said this evening, we don't have the ability to make those decisions, okay? But I think the fact that, I don't think it's a fair statement to say that we didn't answer you. I think it's a fair statement to say that as we learn through that process, this is what we learn. We can't take that upon ourselves. We have to follow the proper channels, okay? So that's, I think, where we are with that one. Anyone else? Anything you want to add? Kim?
Well, I think part of, and I'll just say, number one, I got my booster yesterday. I'm not 100% today, I will say, but to answer in general, I have absolutely thought about these things and thought about the cycle. And I think maybe one thing that has contributed to us having a higher budget amount is one of the positions that we are, which I think is in the 22 budget, is a public information officer. And that might be someone that will also help us establish a more efficient procedure for being able to respond to community members' concerns and questions. And that, you know, it's awkward, I think, with us as a board where typically the chair or the vice chair speaks on behalf of the board. I think most people know we can't just email back and forth as individual board members with, you know, as a group. There's open meeting law complications and concerns. So anyway, I guess a short answer is maybe our public information officer will help us to be able to have a more efficient method of responding to community members.
That's good. Anyone else? Okay. Kim, anyone on Zoom has?
No hands up.
Okay, so now we'll move to select board comments and announcements. Anybody? Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I think all of us, maybe even Ally, I don't know if you were Zooming last night, but we attended the discussion on cannabis. I don't want to steal Joe's thunder. Were you going to speak about this?
No, it's just.
Oh, okay.
You have the floor.
Well, like I'm sure probably most of us, I went there to learn and heard a lot of, from my perspective, I think I heard more comments that were pro this than not. And I was hoping for more of a balance of, because I'm just asking myself, why or why not would we want this? So I wanted to learn, and I heard more proponents about why we should, but I didn't hear so much about why we should not. And I don't know if anybody got confused about this besides me, but I had read something about the Cannabis Control Board, which was new to me, and stating that they weren't going to put warning labels on if these products when and if they come. And that's apparently been changed. They are going to put those on. So that's something I did learn out of that. And I was interested, it made it sound from the presentation that we're going to put this on the ballot, and I didn't think we'd got there yet. So I'm still hoping to learn more about that. Something we need to talk about and decide. And that's all with the last thing, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just that, and that was one of the reasons, and one of the reasons why I wanted to have that town hall is because I'd like to for this board to try to put that on the ballot so someone doesn't come, which I mean, you saw that there were people who want this to get enough signatures to have it on a special election so we could save $6,000 to $10,000 and put it on that. So that's my motivation in trying to get it on this ballot, because someone could get the signatures, which is completely out of our control, then we'd have to have a special election. So that's a little bit of my motivation to save some money for the town.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
One just last thing is that when we discussed this at the last select board meeting, I had mentioned that I'd like to hear from stakeholders, more stakeholders on this, and I didn't clarify. I specified police and town clerk because that was what came to my mind, but we're all in this together for this decision. So, but I am very curious when we hear more about this and learn more about it, is hearing from the ones that may have to possibly increase staff or change things or whatnot, like police and at least town clerk, and I'm not sure who else, but I would like to hear from more of any stakeholders that have something to say about this. Thank you.
Mike, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo what Dennis said, and thanks, Joe, for putting that on. That was, thought, a very informative meeting last night. And certainly I echo what Dennis has to say about, hearing more about it. I think last night showed me things that people have a lot of, passion about this issue, and there are a lot of people who are knowledgeable who can act as resources to us. So I think there is a good opportunity to bring people in to get some more discussion. Certainly, people are passionate about letting their feelings be known about this. So I welcome hearing more about it. But I thought it was a really good event, and I think it did a public service. So thanks, Joe, for organizing that.
What's the deadline for us discussing it and potentially voting to put it on the ballot before the ballots have to be?
Got it. So the last day for public petitions is January 13th. We're hoping that folks are going to get those petitions into us before then, in time for us to finalize as much of the warrant as we can at our regularly scheduled meeting, January 11th. If those come in last minute, we may have to have a special last minute meeting that next Tuesday to double finalize the warrant. So again, if you're out there, you're thinking about a petition, please get your signatures and get them into the clerk's office for confirmation as rapidly as you feel possible. Don't hang on to them. So that's kind of where we're at in terms of petitions. That's the deadline, is 5 p.m. on January 13th for every single human being in this town. Then we need to start processing
Or
it.
we could also put it on an agenda for us to vote on.
You could also vote for it on January 11th, which is the next time that we're all going to be in a room together. So that is an option for you as well. It's not on this warrant agenda. So, I definitely need you all to reach out to Dan and Joe so we can get that on the agenda if that's something that you want.
And then I guess I would say, for anyone who does want additional input, it doesn't seem like there's going to be that opportunity to do so before if there's a petition to get it on the ballot, it won't matter what we decide or not. So I guess if there's additional input that you want, it would be important to seek it out individually and not necessarily expect a presentation. Does that make sense?
I also want to remind everybody that staff have to be impartial. So what we could do is like an impartial implementation process, but we are running out of time in terms of performing that work. But we would want to remain outside of the political sphere, which really works with the voters voting in a recommendation. So it's the same way that we ask staff to not campaign for things on town hall or have campaign posters on town hall or really make sure that they're splitting that hair of speaking as a resident versus speaking as a staff member. So in terms of stakeholders, we could do something impartial, but you might not like the kind of high level nature that people are going to provide that information because they are not going to give you their opinions.
Thanks, Dan. Just Tracy, so the 11th is we meet on the 11th. 13th is the deadline for petitions. Is our deadline to vote it on the ballot the 11th as well? Or can we have an agenda item on the 11th and then is there time basically after the 11th for us to discuss and possibly vote on it?
We could meet as late as 11 plus 7 is 18th. That's kind of the drop dead deadline.
Okay.
So if we wanted to all meet on the 11th and then do a short meeting on the 18th and finalize this. But basically, that's the absolute deadline. We have to get up the next morning and have that language clear as day and ready to go to the printers.
Thank you.
And I think the key on this is that you said, Tracy, is language, how it's put on the ballot and making sure, because I've seen some things on the ballot that are worded a certain way that make you lean a certain way and make it confusing. I want to make sure that we have it as clear as we possibly can for the people to understand. Dennis, I have to concur with you that going into this, I was ignorant as far as the width and breadth of cannabis in Vermont. This made me learn, quite a bit. I still have quite a bit to learn. But it is a process. And I wanted to begin that process, like I said, to save the town some money from having a special election, which was a real possibility because you saw, people that wanted to open up businesses. And so it was important that we begin that discussion because we're kind of late in the game.
Lanny and then Dennis.
Thanks. It's quick. It's just to say that I did send this out to the board and I hear you, Dennis, and wanting to have more information. I certainly need more. So the Vermont Cannabis Control Board did issue, I think as of October of this year, it's about 64 pages. I have it pulled up right now. Of kind of a comprehensive report on the background around legalizing retail cannabis and looking at it from a licensing perspective, fees, cost, revenue, kind of. So they have a committee that's been working on this and has some recommendations. So yeah, I sent that to everybody, and that might be a good starting point. I have to work my way through it, but that's pulling in kind of a lot of perspectives on sort of logistics, enforcement, et cetera. So that might be a good starting point.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm concerned about is that previous boards I've seen have operated out of a sense of fear. And I don't want to have this board, I wouldn't like to see this board operate out of fear to say that we have to get something on the ballot, or if we don't get something on the ballot, that somebody's going to get a petition and call a special election. That's a fear-mongering aspect that I don't like. I don't want to be looking at this is that, well, we have to do it or else they're going to get this vote going. We don't know that there's that many people in the town of Hartford that support retail cannabis. And to try to get ahead of this just out of fear is wrong. And we should actually just try to get, I don't believe it's the right way to go about decision-making out of fear of this being brought before us. The other question I guess I would have is that, is there any time limits, Tracy, for collecting signatures for a petition to bring before the town?
January 13th at 5 p.m. and it's about 500 signatures. I have the exact number on the board in my desk, but 500 is a good litmus test for all of us to keep in mind.
I realize that, but you stated that, but yet for a special election to do it, that's my question, is that if we don't do this, or if they don't come before us with enough signatures, how much would it take to amass for signatures to call a special election just for cannabis?
500.
They're still the same.
They could show up on January 18th with 500 signatures and call a special election.
I thought it was a third of the voters for special elections.
That's my understanding that from what I've heard. I mean, I can double check for you really quick.
When the third of the voters is not 500 voters.
I don't think it's 5%.
We call a special election. That's why I'm asking what.
I thought it was like 5%.
I think it's
Yeah,
5%.
That's why I'm trying to find out what the actual number is.
How about, just give me a second. I got a PDF for y'all, so.
And just so you know, Leanne, there was a petition circulating last night, so that's already in the works.
I understand
So,
that.
so it's not, I don't think it's really
But I just
fear mongering. I think it's
hate
gonna
to
happen.
see us operating out of a position of fear.
Can I, the
Yes.
select board must call a special town meeting upon the valid petition of 5% of the registered voters if the subject of the petition is one over which the voters have been given authority by the Vermont state law,
And what is 5% of our voters?
about
About
500.
That's okay. Well, that's more than that. Thank you.
Let's go Dennis first and then back to Ally.
I'm probably, this is probably wrong, and I hope it is, but I've got on my calendar that we're meeting on the 28th, but is that incorrect? I probably just put a thing in for every other week some time ago. Are we not meeting then?
Correct. We changed that so that we will have that, not have a meeting that evening during the
Well,
holiday season.
I can't tell you how bad it is to hear that. Thanks, Ally, for the thing about the control board. What I'd really like to hear, and I understand what the town manager just said, I wouldn't expect any of our town officials to come in here and say, you need to do yay and nay on this. But what I would like to hear from, I'll pick on law enforcement again, is I'll get it closer here. What I'd really like to hear is, we heard testimony last night about that having retail cannabis doesn't change responses from law enforcement and so forth, and pardon me. But I don't have anything to challenge that with. And so, I'd like to hear from our law enforcement. I appreciate what the control board might put out for information, but I'd really like to hear from our law enforcement folks, particularly their views on this. And it doesn't have to be, like I said, don't do this, or we're all for it or anything like that. I'd just like to hear some of their take on it, their experience and professional advice that we might benefit from. That's one. And then I keep thinking of town clerk, because if we're going to have extra registrations for licensing and so forth. One thing that did come to mind is, will this benefit the town or will it cost the town financially? Because if we have to put on extra staff to control this, if it would involve extra law enforcement or somebody else in the town's clerk's office to help administer this, we should know that going into this. So those are some questions I'd like to have answered. Thank you.
Ally and then Joe.
Yeah, I know we have a packed agenda and folks here for other things, so I'll be brief, but I think just to respond, Lanny, to the idea that we might be, approaching this from a fear perspective, I guess I see it differently. And I think, to Joe's point, it's more, in my view, to sort of get ahead of it and to be aware of maybe folks already are versus, are we scared that they're gonna, bring it up and petition? If a petition comes, whether it's, by that January deadline or for a special election, I'm like, okay, let it come, right? Because that's folks that are, speaking to what they're interested in, what they think would be best for the town. So I guess I don't see it as much as us operating on fear. I think if anything, it's just wanting to be in touch with where folks already are and to be, I think, getting ahead of that, right? And if it's going to end up on a ballot one way or the other, if that seems to be where we're headed, we might as well, plan accordingly. So I see it from that perspective.
Joe.
And if I can address the fear, since that was directed at me, Lenny, you are one that of maybe anyone on this board that is conscious of what we spend. And that is, and I applaud you for that. This is going to be on the ballot at some point. And if it's going to be on the ballot and we don't have to spend extra money for it to be on the ballot, it is incumbent upon us to get as much information as we can to the citizens of Hartford on this, both pro and con, much like Dennis said. And there was a little bit more pro than con, and I agree with you as far as that is concerned, Dennis. But there was some con on there as well, and some information. It's incumbent upon us to get as much information. And if we can save money, if we can save the town some money from doing that, I'm gonna do that every day and twice on Sunday. And it's not out of fear. It's out of trying to do things in a practical manner and trying to do things in a manner that saves the town money. We can use that towards other things. Use that for the homelessness, for God's sakes. We can, so that's my driving force. Get the town as much and get the people and the citizens as much information as we possibly can. Have them, like I said last night, make an informed decision when they go in the voting booth and save the town some money. Because this is going to be on the ballot at some point. This is not going away. And so if we can do it sooner rather than later, I'd rather do it sooner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Guess we'll wrap that up. Thank you. Let's go to appointments. So in our packet, we have 2 appointments. First, we'll consider the appointment of Jesse Pollard to the Hartford Energy Commission for a 3-year term.
You bring Jesse over.
Bring Jesse over, please. Welcome, Jesse. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can now. Thank you.
You're still muted on our end.
Can you hear me now?
Not yet.
Jesse, is your volume turned up on your speaker?
Yes, would you like it to be turned down?
Try that.
Try now.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello? Colin?
Hold on, Jesse. I think it's us.
Okay.
Oh, or Zoom.
Try it one more time, Jesse.
Hey, can you hear me now? Hello?
You can hear it? I can hear it.
And plus,
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be us tonight.
I think it might be us tonight that we can't hear you. Sorry.
I think
Okay,
he's-
you're on the phone.
Jesse's calling in.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think he's gonna call it.
Okay, I don't know. We'll do it.
Okay. Try it one more time, Jesse.
No.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Thanks, Anna, but no.
It's a little bit of feedback there.
Yeah.
But
I
can you
think
hear?
call on the phone. I think that would be the best bet.
Does he have the number to call?
I think so.
Go back to it.
Oh, gosh.
Where does this phone go to? Oh, yeah, a new attendee.
Okay, I think we see your phone here, so we're going to pass you over through the phone. Okay. Thank you.
Do you see that 407 number, David? Yes. Oh, try now, Jesse.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Hello?
It doesn't
I
seem to be
can't hear
working on
you.
our end. So is there anyone on the board that has questions for Jesse? We'll try this, the yes or no format.
In that sense, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Go ahead, Dennis.
I'd like to move the appointment of Jesse Pollard to the Hartford Energy Commission for a 3-year term, beginning December 14, 2021, and ending December 13, 2024.
Right,
Second.
second from Joe. Any other questions or discussions? All right, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. Jesse, thank you. Sorry that we weren't able to actually talk to you tonight, but thank you for being there. We appreciate it and thank you for stepping up. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up,
Have a
we
nice
will
day.
have Nikki Boyle for consider.
Nikki's online too.
Oh,
Let's
gosh.
see if this will work, hopefully. So considering Nikki to the Town and School District Committee for a 2-year term beginning December 14th of this year, ending December 13th of 2023.
Nikki, can you try to say hi?
Hi, I unmuted myself. I don't know if you can see me or not. Or hear me. No?
Nikki, I think we're having technical difficulties still in the room here, so
Okay.
it doesn't look like we're going to be able to speak to you at this time. So we thank you for joining us, and we can't see you on the screen either, so I don't think we can ask you yes or no questions either. So I guess we'll just consider Kim.
Well, I know Nikki a little bit just through the Hartford Chamber of Commerce, and then I'm not sure if others received sort of a direct email reference for Nikki as well, which was a very excellent source. And so, I mean, based on those two things, I would be delighted to make a motion that we appoint, sorry, I need to get back to the motion. I move that the select board appoint Nikki Boyle to the Town and School District Committee for a 2-year term beginning December 14, 2021 and ending December 23rd, 2023. And after that seconded, if it is, I have a question.
Sure. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Dennis, okay. So that was, Kim made the motion and Dennis seconded, okay?
Yeah, just.
Yeah.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Because I think Kim, you may have said the 23rd, and here we have December 13th.
Oh,
Just
I'm
a
sorry
tiny
if I
point
did.
of, yeah, if you accept.
Thinking and talking at the same time. Thank you, I accept that.
And Dennis, are you okay with the amendment to the?
Yep.
Okay, great, okay. So Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'm very excited that somebody has applied for this. I'm 1,000% liking this application. My question is really not about this application, but how much room is, I mean, how many more members are we seeking for this? Where is that committee at? Does this make us a committee of one or several
I
or?
think it's one and then a couple town staff members, is that correct?
This is one of those that I would have to actually have a couple of hours to look at because I don't keep all the committees just kind of on my desktop with my little grandpa laptop here.
Is it safe to say that
Oh.
we need more?
We need
Yes,
more.
we need
Okay,
more, yeah.
that was my main question. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Lenny and then Ally.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question to this candidate is, does she have 6 friends that can join her on this committee? Be very happy to have this candidate on this committee, so. But bring 6 friends with you.
Great. Ally,
I don't have.
Joe or Kim?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I also had some direct outreach, I don't know if anyone else did, asking about where to find the information about the town and school committee. And I had, couldn't get to it today. I just did a quick search, couldn't find anything. So I will follow up on that. But if anyone in this room knows where to find, like, I'll ask Lisa. Okay, so I will just, for the record, I will respond to that particular committee member with that information. But it was, I spent like 15 minutes, couldn't find a single thing about it. But
Thanks. Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. So thank you, Nikki, for volunteering. And as Lenny said, if you've got some friends that are interested, have them send in their applications. Thank
Great
you.
to.
Will do.
meet-
Thank you.
do get a chance. Yeah.
I think she's off now.
Okay, thank you.
Nope.
All right, so that'll bring us to the town manager's report.
All right.
you're ready.
Sorry, there's lots of voices and I'm excited to hear voices. It gets a little quiet in here. So there's a couple of things that have come up in the last few days that I just want to let everybody know. The first is that we are aware that the lights at the intersection of Route 14 and Route 5 are not great. there's something going on with them. Those are state lights, and the state has said, you get what you get and you don't get upset, and we'll see you in the spring, hopefully. So for those of you out there, we're sorry, we know, and the state has told us to just deal with it. Please use caution when you're over in that intersection near the high school, especially when they have games and such like that. So I'm not surprised that they gave us that answer, but we hear you, and we've done everything we can. Today was an eventful afternoon as well. We had all hands already out on deck with the fire department and got a number of 911 calls, one after another. And then Public Works reported a power outage, which ended up being a downed power line, which caused a brush fire at Airport Road and Fairview Terrace. So Public Works, being the scrappy can-do folks that they are, blocked the road with their own vehicles and their own cones, and then noticed a brush fire starting and got out there with their hand tools and built some fire breaks while the fire department was en route from their previous call, and got the police out there. So luckily the brush fire was contained. No structures were harmed. It didn't get out of control, but we had most of our wastewater and highway staff on slopes with hose building fire breaks, and they all went back to work. And I just saw my Public Works director walking by with a mop. So, you know, there's another example of just kind of getting the work done, no matter who it is. So we got that all worked out, and for a while, most of that swath of town was without power. We still have about 14 to 20 customers in that area that are without power. But I just really appreciate this as an example of it's not their job. Public Works is not first responders in that way, but they saw an issue and they took care of it, and luckily they all have pretty well stocked trucks.
Can I interrupt just a second?
Yeah.
That's what Jason is.
All right. So we got Zoom fixed up. No problem. We're all kind of revving at 1,000. And the last thing I want to say is thanks to Lebanon, Hanover, Norwich, and Windsor. You know, that was a perfect storm of why we have redundant systems, why we have a lot of extra equipment, and sometimes it feels like people, and why we have mutual aid contracts with our neighbors is because when that perfect storm of 911 calls hit, it's all hands on deck from both sides of the river. So I think we've talked about this before, but mutual aid is very casual. So we help out when we need it, and they help out when we need it. So it's just the next time Norwich needs us, we'll be out there helping them out. This is a time of year where really I'm just helping facilitate the day-to-day work of the town, whether that's budget, whether that's wrapping up various projects. This is when most of our state agencies want reports. So planning and development is working through a lot of updates and finalization of those sorts of things. The town clerk's office is also moving rapidly. We're going into local liquor license renewal packet time. And as many of you know, we're moving into the town meeting cycle. So that's a lot of very precise work. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of more things. I was really excited and then also a little worried for my fellow parents out there that registration for our February Camp Ventures filled in 8 minutes this year. And we have 17 people on the wait list. We could literally open an entire new session and fill that just on the wait list. So if you got in, congratulations. If you're on the wait list, I'm so sorry to hear that. I know what that's like, and that's really rough. I think it speaks to so many different things, the quality of our programming, but also the need for after school care and vacation care for the workforce in our community. Just because the kids have the week off doesn't mean parents aren't still having to work. Good news, bad news. We do now still have vacancies in highway. Thank you to the staff that gave it a shot, who was new to the town of Hartford. Plowing is a hard job, and we got a resignation. So we're back down being a little low. Just as soon as Hannah gets dealing with a plumbing emergency, it looks like she would ask me to let you know to please have patience with our staff. Many of them are also new. So we're gonna go into possibly another plowing event next week. They're gonna do their best. They're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna be a little slow. Please use caution. I hope most of you are driving studded snow tires, and we'll get to your roads as fast as we can safely. And if we knock your mailbox, just shoot us an email and we'll get you a free one somewhere thereabouts. So that's a big thing. And many, many thanks to our police department who dealt with a bomb threat at the high school this past week. And we worked with the state agency and the school to clear that bomb threat, and then increase our positive presence in the school, and also communicate with teachers who are worried about what all of this meant. So it was a really positive outreach. And one last thing, we did get awarded our $20,000 grant to update the housing section of the town plan. So this goes along with some of our bigger goals in the town to increase and diversify how we think about housing. So that's an exciting thing. That's a lot of work for the staff, and we'll be doing that work with a little bit of funding from the state. That's it for me. I know we have a packed agenda, and we got a lot of things that are gonna need decisions tonight. So happy to just move on.
Thank you, Tracy. Kim?
Thank you. Just one other highlight from your from the significant activity report from the town clerk's office is that if folks are interested in running for the various available open or seats that will be up for election in March 2022, petitions need to be submitted by January 24th in order to be on the ballot. And you can find those forms at the Secretary of State's website under elections, and then you go to local office candidates. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim. Okay, that brings us to final budget approval.
All right, so in your packet is a 2 or 3 page agenda memo with a number of motions. Last year, you each got multiple agenda memos, but for the sake of paper and that header on there, I put them in one agenda memo. I know we don't print out most of these, but it was a lot of paper, so I wanted to save some paper there. I'm just gonna assume that y'all read it, and we've been together for something like 12 or 14 hours over the past couple months, so happy to answer questions. And I was to say, I don't feel like I need to read it. I hope y'all read it.
Kim, go ahead. Yeah, I'm just curious if you have I was hoping that we would hear one more time about what these final numbers were going to mean in the effect on a $250,000 house.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I missed that. I don't think that was.
No, because
I know that's not part of the motion.
It gets a little funky when we start dealing with the warrant numbers, and I get what you're saying. So let's, I wish you would have asked me a few hours ago.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I just have the blue spinning wheel of confusion on my little laptop, and I'm struggling to concentrate a little bit on numbers with everything going on.
I guess if that is too much to ask, I don't have to have it, but I would, and I apologize to you. This is where budget season collides with holiday retail season, and I have less available time right now than I typically do as well. So I apologize for not asking for that sooner.
I know that we're running a little bit late. I'm happy to let Excel load for the general fund if you all have any questions about the other funds, but the Public Works Director is still dealing with a plumbing issue. So if you have really in-depth questions, we might have to also just wait for her.
Lenny, go ahead.
Couple of questions regarding the numbers here. I see the number you have on page 1, raised by taxes, 14,934,416 cents. However, the motion states that it's going to be 19,039,964.40. What is the difference there?
Oh, you're right.
Which one are we voting on here?
Hold on just a second. That is so strange. I checked this like 3 or 4 times, and I had somebody else check it too. And there we go. We got a typo. let me grab that for you in the actual budget. Man,
And we did do, we had a number wrong a couple of years ago and had to have a special meeting to come back. So we'll make sure we get it right.
I know. All right, so here's how I'm checking that, just so we all know that I'm on the same page as I'm over in the revenue section, which is page 75 of your gigantic 177 page page board packet. And I am looking at, if you're following along with me, 10-030-100-0100. Your hard copy books are going to be wrong because those are from 2 months ago. And we're looking at Lanny 19-934-41667.
Repeat that, please.
14-934-41667. I'm so sorry about that, you guys. 3 of us checked this and we must have just totally missed that with all the numbers.
Okay, so I have other questions too.
Hold on.
I just need you to repeat it just one more time.
I've got like
I
4
apologize.
voices in my head. Did I say page 75?
75, yeah. Right at the top.
All right. What were you guys all asking?
Can you repeat it one more time, just for clarity?
Yep, $14,934,416.67.
Lenny, go ahead.
Yeah. So the other question is, we're gonna use $1,421,694 from unassigned funds for this budget, correct?
That's up there.
Correct, okay, so this is kind of unprecedented to use this amount of money. And in 2024 budget, I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't think anybody else does either, for unassigned funds being replenished. And what are we gonna do then? Are we gonna have to raise taxes that much more when the budget comes around next year? That's a question I guess I haven't had answered yet. And then Fund 30 solid waste shows 930,000.
Hold on, can we take one question at a time?
Yep.
It's easier to focus, especially
Sorry.
when we're gonna move between funds. So one of the things we talked about last week was that previous boards wanted a 16 to 18% unassigned fund balance, which is about 3 months, give or take, of our payment manifest. But that question has been called back and forth on best practices, and VLCT says 5%, which I think we were saying was about $930,000. So it depends on what the board's litmus test is for what your amount is. So if you wanted to bring it back up to 16 to 18, then yes, we'd have to work on rebuilding that general fund, that unassigned fund balance over time. But this 1.4, you were sitting at about 3, so that leaves you about 1.6 sitting in the unassigned funds. So you're over that 5% threshold that VLCT suggests. You're under the 16 to 18 that previous boards have asked maintain the threshold. So it depends on what you as a governing body want to do in the future in terms of what you want to hold in the unassigned fund balance.
Do you have any history of what was unencumbered funds for the last few years?
I don't off the top of my head. That's something that I would have wanted to consult with the finance director as well, in terms of what the audited numbers look like.
Okay, I have a couple more here.
Yeah.
So solid waste fund 30 shows $930,278.07 expenses. There's only $623,000 in revenue, deficit of $300,198.07. How are we gonna make that up other than to come from the general fund?
I wish Hannah was here, but she's obviously
She is
still. Oh,
right there.
I know that historically we have run in the red. Hannah, I'm going to ask you to speak a little bit more about historically how we've dealt with solid waste in terms of running in the red. And you can come on over here to my mics. She's really here to talk about Gate Street, but this is the world we live in.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Tyler. I'm the Director of Public Works. So I don't have my budget book with me tonight. Our expenses that we have projected for solid waste are a best estimate. Some of those involve some of the closure costs. And we're hoping that with a lessening of services, those expenses won't be that much. Historically, the overages have been covered by the general fund.
So is that money for the overages that we're looking at, the deficit, is that within the general fund? Is that, or that has not been accounted for in the budget, correct?
We haven't accounted for it in the budget historically because the expenses do depend on how much everything costs in the solid waste.
And where would those funds come from within the general budget to pay for the deficit, should that come?
I'm not exactly sure where that would come from at this time. Every time it comes a little differently depending on what's going on in the town. And we may encumber out of the current fiscal year. So we're in that live 2022 fiscal year now. So it is something that the Public Works Director, the Finance Director, and I often have to just deal with when it comes up if we run a deficit in that fund.
They also, another one for Hannah, the Creechy Sewer Fund 65, showing a deficit of $172,000. Difference between expenses and revenues. Again, that deficit. General fund, again. Coverage.
The 200 Fund 65.
Fund 65.
So again, I do wish that I'm asking Hannah to do this on the fly when she was prepared to talk about something else, and I know that it's in her head, but again, please let me know ahead of time and I'd be more than happy to provide additional information for you. So I'm going to ask Hannah to riff on that as best as she can. And she is really great at that, and we can pull up her Public Works budget. We were here for, I think, 4 hours that night, but it may not be a perfect answer right now.
These concerns have been brought to me by a citizen, and the deficit that we're looking at for these funds is questionable where that money's going to come from. Enterprise fund deficits always get taken out of general fund, and I just don't know where that money's coming from. Whether we're going to tap into the unassigned funds again to cover that or not, and that's just a concern because we're already using those unassigned funds. So
I'm happy to talk about that a little bit, particularly with the Fund 65. The expenses are reflective of what we've actually been receiving, not the forecasted amount. So when I did the 0% rate increase last year, we actually got more usage and money than we anticipated. So by showing the 0% increase, but based on the actual usage and revenue, we're optimistic that it'll cover all of our expenses.
thank you.
That's it?
So,
Kelly, anything?
Not at this time.
Like,
no.
Kim? Well, it does seem, I'm glad you brought that up, lady, just because it seems the actual language of the motion seems a little awkward to make, because basically the motion is asking us to approve that the budget totaling 1.16 million be funded with only 988,000. And that does.
I question where that's just been. Sorry.
And I realize we are here and now at this time.
And this was all vetted by the finance director, and these are the exact motions that were voted on in the exact language last year. So I I also think it's a little odd, but this is how boards have been doing this in Hartford for a while. And if we don't want to do this, then I think it would take a little bit more work on the back end to understand possibly a different way of writing it for you all. So I don't mean to say that I stole Gail's language, but I stole Gail's language. You voted on these on December 29th, 2020.
Thank you.
Are we good?
I'm good. I'm not ready to vote quite yet.
Dennis, go ahead. Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm gonna vote no again on the general fund thing that we're about to take part in, and I just wanted to restate why, some reasons. So a few months ago, we had a meeting and we talked about, I think it's the last meeting that we had on the CAP, the Climate Action Plan. And then later in that meeting, we had talked about budget guidance. And the current budget guidance was 3%, but I believe it was concluded at that meeting that with the CAP, we wouldn't be able to keep, that it would be more likely a 5% increase. Back then, it was a average. So part of what troubles me about this budget, well, there's several things really, but for the most part, I feel that this budget just increases staff. It doesn't address CAP. We're getting an increase, but it's not addressing CAP and some infrastructure things. And, you know, we often hear from about vulnerable people and marginalized folks and so on, and an increase like this where we're just increasing staff with a higher tax, just that's, in my view, is going to trickle down and affect those folks. It's got to, whether you're a homeowner or paying rent, it's going to hit everybody, including those folks. So I just think it's unconscionable to do this way. And as was mentioned too, we got some, in addition to staff, we got large staff salaries included in that. And I'll leave it at that, but that's where I'm at. Thank you very much.
Holly, go ahead.
Well, I guess maybe just to, and then I have another question, but maybe to respond to that, I guess, Dennis, I hear you, and I know that this number is a large one. But I think, you know, staff are critical, and I don't see it as, I think we need, I think what I've been hearing from the department heads as they've been making the presentations, and also from Tracy and others, is in terms of some of the increases to existing staff salaries as well as staff positions is, you know, needs in town and being able to cover those needs, you know, being able to have another highway plow person, being able to have another person who can handle billing, because that seems to be an insane sort of increased responsibility as, you know, things have emerged and we figure out what staff and departments need. And so I think at the end of the day, you know, I am incredibly impressed by town staff every day. And I think they have operated with very little, it seems like, for a long time, maybe even before, certainly before my tenure on the board. And so I'm just thinking about, you know, we shouldn't, I don't want to be reductive about the importance of having good staff and having staff that have competitive salaries, so we can really keep people and retain good staff, not just hire them in the first place. So I hear you, but I think there's a really high value to be placed on town staff and the need for good folks. I have kind of an unrelated question. So going back to the motion, because I also see a discrepancy in the total appropriations, that amount, and then the budget total that's in the recommended language for the motion. Those numbers are slightly different. So Tracy, I wonder if you can
Hold Hold on,
Yeah.
I'm getting to you.
Thank you.
This is, I am so sorry, y'all. We double checked this and it's not right. And I don't know where in our process it went wrong. I'm gonna dig into that a little bit more tomorrow. Ally, go ahead, now that I have it up.
Okay, it's just a clarification on what the general fund budget total is, that number that we should be, if we approve, we'd be approving, because there's a discrepancy in total appropriations above and then in what's in the,
I need to check to
language.
see if this was an earlier draft. I'm sorry, I'm already kind of trying to figure out what the root cause of the issue is, why this is wrong. Joe Turner's watching. I'm sorry, Joe. You and I checked this 6 times.
I mean, Tracy, if you want to just take a moment, because I know that takes a little time.
Yeah,
and
it's
I know
really,
we see other
it's hard.
folks.
It's hard to run 8-digit numbers on that, and then lots of words from
Sure.
the audience. So
All right, we'll come back to Ally with that answer, hopefully. Mike, do you have something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I agree with what Dennis was saying, that, this is a tough budget. And I agree with Ally too, that, we need the staff and it's just gonna be a tough one. The voters will decide when they see it, and they may blanch it like the numbers, I agree with that. I'm gonna vote to advance it. And that's just where I'm at on this one. Thanks.
Joe, did you?
No, I was pointing it.
Okay, sure. So I have a lot of concerns with this budget. I see our role as select board members to be looking after the stewardship of the town. And the first question that I stated right off the bat during the budget season here is that, what is this going to do to help the taxpayer? And I tried to think about that all the way along as far as a direct impact to the taxpayer. And from my perspective, I think this budget failed to meet its most basic obligation, which is to provide needed services to the citizens of the town of Hartford, direct services to the taxpayers that they could see tangibly. I also question the process when we were going through this budget cycle. I've sat out there many years and watched budgets take place. And I see budgets presented before on many occasions where the department heads had previously submitted their budget to the town manager. The town manager had gone through and either approved or disapproved of the budget and added comments and deducted or subtracted. And then it was brought before the board for the board to debate, or not to debate, but for the board to get information from the department heads on how they felt they could sell their budget that the town manager had cut. And then at the end of the whole thing, we were given time to debate that. It was pointed out quite clear to me, the very first thing when we started out hearing from the information technology director, that we were not supposed to be asking too many questions, especially about salaries and people in the room. So when was that debate or discussion supposed to happen? All throughout this budget, I asked numerous questions to every presenter that came forward. And I felt very stifled at the end when I was told that I didn't ask questions. Because I've gone through the tapes and I've watched how many questions I asked and how many issues I had with the budget. And I thought surely at the end of the listening sessions and the presentations that during that one big section when questions came up last week, when that we would be able to discuss it then. And to not even have my concerns heard by you, sir, Chairman, that's what bothers me about this whole process. Not that the budget was passed, the fact that I was not heard on my concerns, and the time to do that was never told when that was going to happen. When I was told at the end of it, like I say, it was made quite clear to me that during the budget process that we don't ask questions then. So when is the proper time? I'm going to vote no on this budget. I think this budget personally was designed with a bias towards higher spending and taxes. And I think that in ways, it's a failed process, because it didn't identify the times for adjusting the presented line items. And it's a slippery slope when we assume that there will be funds to reimburse unassigned funds, or that there'll be funds available for 2024. So I'm going to vote no on this. I'm sure that somebody, even yourself, sir, will come back and contradict me, as normally happens. But that's how I feel, and so I'm going to stand. Thank you.
Mike, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just, if people are interested in debating, I think a member can make a motion to strike any line item at any time. I know we're right here. People probably don't want to hear that, but if that's what people want to do, they certainly can do that. So thank you.
I have a question for the general board about the process. It seems like so far that Lanny's been the only one that didn't kind of understand the process. So I'm wondering if other people, just by show of hands, do you feel like you have a chance to ask questions, and did you understand the process? So we'll just start with Kim. Go ahead.
I mean, as I expressed during the last meeting, I empathize with the I don't want to say lack of understanding, but lack of information provided about the process. It does kind of sneak up, and I mean, like, I knew I had prepared for December 7th and shared my preferences with the board to say, I'm going to ask that we, add this, discuss that. And I guess, and that's when I would have expected if for someone to say, I don't think this is an appropriate expenditure and we should strike it from the budget, like that would be the same time for that. However, what I don't think it would have been time for, and I think this is where it gets a little conflated, is to ask for subsequent presentations. Like when you were suggesting that maybe the fire chief could come back to us and make a proposal about what it would look like with 2 firefighters instead of 4 in the Cucci station. Like for that kind of, that's the kind of thing that I think would have needed to been requested earlier. And it is like, this is now, I think, my 4th budget, and it is still, it culminates. There's a lot of information. We don't want to take up everyone's time and spending more than we need to, but we need the information to be able to make informed decisions and vote. So I guess my sentiment is, I do sympathize, and I do think it's a long process and it's exhausting, and the staff and the town manager and us have been here every week since October. So it's challenging. I'll completely agree with that.
Mike, as a new person that came on board at the same time as Lanny, what are your thoughts?
Well, I appreciated the process, as exhausting as it was at times. It's just my first time looking over this. So, I expect to get, some guidance from the departments. I certainly had questions. I asked questions on the, very first meeting. I remember about the salary. I felt like if, I hadn't, if the expenses hadn't been justified, or if I hadn't felt comfortable, that I would have, made a motion or tried to get support to strike something. So I didn't feel inhibited by that. I don't know. It's a long process. It's tough. No one's going to be happy with it at the end, but, I felt like I got the information that I needed to make a decision. So thanks.
Joe.
I do empathize with Lanny to a certain extent, being his first budget. I think in retrospect, probably a better way to have done it is to, at the beginning of this, to say what the process was and to go through and go step by step. These are the ways and things that we're going to do. So for our next budget, lesson learned. But that said, we could ask questions as we went along and ask that those questions be answered, whatever they were. And if they weren't answered, then demand those be answered. And I would have supported those questions be answered as we have gone along. So I'm disappointed that everybody was not on this panel was not satisfied at the way this was done. I think when we do this again, we as a former military man, we do an after action review and what things did we do right, what things we did do wrong, and how can we get better. And that's the most important thing, because this is important. This is what the taxpayers are going to do and how much they're going to have to pay. And I want everybody on this board to feel satisfied that they were heard. They're not always going to get their way, but they were heard. And the fact that we have people on this board that didn't feel that they were heard disappoints me. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I mean, I won't say much. I think just to, I thankfully, found my colleagues very supportive in the process. I know, Kim, I've reached out to you a number of times on just like, what are some things that as a new board member I should be prepared for? And so I think I had, most of my questions answered and an understanding of how the process works just from peer knowledge. So I appreciate that peer knowledge from folks. I mean, it does make me think, though, that there's always aspects of the process that can be opaque, certainly for the public and even for us, as best as we try to communicate it. So I'm also thinking about some things in hindsight of, questions I maybe wanted to have asked or things I could have been more firm on in the presentations, as well as, oh, this is where, we have VLCT, professional development resources. I'm like, okay, like that would be another opportunity for us to maybe get some professional training from VLCT and other folks in terms of preparing for a municipal budget process. So I think we have resources available to us. And there's always, better I always feel like there's better communication to be had always, even if it feels like you're repeating things sometimes. Sometimes it's helpful, but I'll leave it at that.
Yes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'm having similar feelings to Mr. Collins here. I like a lot of what Kim just said about the process. I think I've been through this 5 or 6 times, and in the past, I guess I felt that at some point we did some negotiating, which I attempted that at our last meeting, and it was just, all I was hearing is it's too late, you should have asked before, and so forth. So that part didn't happen. Our previous meetings are info only as our presentations, and I don't remember in the past negotiating along the way. But this budget here is of all the ones I've been a part of, is the most troubling, because in the past, I think I voted no on one other budget, but it was equipment stuff. It was the Vector truck for highway or something, or leasing or something of trucks or some such thing. But the all staff thing here, I've never had a budget like this presented. And as I keep saying, we had other things come into being, we didn't have the CAP before, but now we do. I think the chair shared that they just spent we spent $30,000 at the taxpayers' request because they approved this. And now we're essentially not following it. It's very troubling to me. And so there's just multiple issues on this. As I spoke before, I was not settled on the IT presentation. Good guy and all that, incredible employee, I should say. It's just that as I said before, his statement to us was, his sales pitch, if you will, when asked about this response time, it was within 2 hours. That seemed acceptable to me. Now, I think the fear factor may have been in, if we don't do this, we'll get ransomware or something. I don't know. I'm the furthest from an IT guy as you could practically possibly get. So just several issues. And so this is kind of a done deal. So I hate to keep beating this up, but I hope processes go different in the future.
Kim.
One more time, couple things. One, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tracy, but I think we discussed Gail doing a budget 101 kind of session for us as a board, but if you'll recall, we had the elections last March, and then we had resignations, and then we had a special election, and then it was, you know, audit time and all those things. So I think that there was an intention to do sort of an overview of this is how the budget process works that we may not have fulfilled because of that interruption. Does that sound about right?
It's not ringing a bell, but I think that could be a good idea.
Yeah.
And maybe that was during a longer meeting.
Okay. And then the other thing, because I agree with you, like the increase in amounts that we are talking about in this budget for staffing, we haven't had issues with it before because, in my opinion, we have neglected to properly compensate town staff. And we know we're in the middle of what is being called the Great Resignation, where if people are not fully satisfied in their work positions, not only by pay, but in respect and appreciation and, you know, health and safety in their work, they're gonna leave. And there are, you know, one conversation that was just casually during a break was about, you know, plow truck drivers in some nearby town being paid something like $25 an hour. And I was like, well, we shouldn't be paying a plow driver less than $25 an hour. And so I think our you know, human resources are very, very valuable, in my opinion, and particularly in these times when unemployment is an issue, when people have other options that they can do. And I think if we value and nurture the excellent employees that we have, that it is in the taxpayers' best interest, and it is in the town's best interest, including people getting better responses if we have a paid public information officer, including having, you know, being able to process grant application because our, you know, our departments are funded in a way that they have the bandwidth and the capacity to handle those things, and across the board, including mowing scraggly bushes growing up in the sidewalk and that kind of thing. So I'll try to leave it there.
I'm gonna, Lanny had his hand up before, and so I'm gonna yield, and then if you can come back.
Yeah, I just want to make it quite clear that although I don't support the dollar amount of the increase to this budget, what I am more, I guess, for lack of a better term, upset about is the process of it itself. And these things that Mr. Brown brought up that still haven't even been discussed, such as the CIP, where we have a lot of issues. They have a lot of things on the CIP that we haven't even talked about yet, that this town needs. I mean, it was put on a capital improvement plan for a reason, to fund that stuff, and it hasn't even come up yet. And it hasn't even got into the budget. And where are we going to fund that from? And then the climate action plan, as Eric well pointed out to us, the taxpayers of the town of Hartford voted for this. They wanted this climate action plan to happen. It's not us, it's them. And we as a board are not doing what the taxpayers want by not looking at funding some of this climate action plan stuff. There's so many things that we haven't even looked at that require money that the town citizens voted for, and that we have asked about, and previous boards have said, we need to get on the CIP plan to get the stuff going. I mean, as Mr. Brown said, this is positions. And yes, positions are great, but staffing is great, but what are we going to do about the material things that we haven't even talked about? Where's the money coming from then? That's the question. The biggest question I have is that how are we going to pay for things that we need for material items? I mean, the salt shed needs a new canopy over it. You know, we're going to get our salt all wet this winter and all condense up on us and harden up. I mean, these are questions we got to address. Thank you.
To piggyback on what Kim said, you know, running one of the larger businesses in Hartford, I've had to experience that, paying people more because they were leaving or having to hire people. We are losing staff from our police force to go to other towns because we're not paying them enough. One of the things that I was very hesitant to even bring up is putting more dollars towards our police staff. And, you know, working with Kim and her reform. And these are things that needs to happen, that there's money that needs to. So Dennis, I absolutely understand that we have to, look line by line and what things are needed. Our IT person had a health issue, and for a great portion of this time was not there. And so the fact that it was 2 hours response time is amazing, and is a tribute to his work ethic and what he can do while he was here. The public information, Lenny, you said direct response. One of the things that I hear from this board, from people out here, from emails that I get, is they can't find where things are. They have no idea where to go. We've got a fund staff. We are woefully understaffed in departments. And some of that is because we do not pay enough. Yes, I understand we've got to find the money somewhere. But would you rather have the services that we talk about? Or would you rather continue to go backwards because we cannot pay people enough? I will say this, though. The police department scares me, and it absolutely scares me. They go over across the river to Lebanon because they have a bonus structure and are paying more. This scares me. And you talk about not addressing something. That's something that we haven't addressed. And I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and then let's wrap this up.
Okay, sorry, folks. And I mean that too. What I guess I really would have happened is to give board members something to think about. I would have liked to have had the opportunity to say, okay, we need all these staff, but we need these other things. I'll pick out CAP. What would it look like, if we got half of these staff members and did, a chunk of the CAP or something? I don't feel like I afforded to recommend that option. But here it's all or nothing. It's just all staff and nothing else. But I just think that we would have done better for more of a balancing act of doing some of staff and some of CAP and some other things. That's all. Thank you.
Tracy, do you want to add anything on the budget process or not?
Yeah, one of the things we talked about this summer is the capital improvement plan, and that's not your operating budget. Those are your bonds. And you're getting ready to talk about a big possible bond next with Gate Street. So your capital improvements, your salt sheds, your new your new police building, your rec center, all of those sort of things that we talked about this summer that my predecessors didn't take care of on the normal cycle in January of 2021. That's where we're playing catch up together to deal with that and make those decisions about capital improvement plans. Sometimes you will see sort of what we would consider capital things and equipment. So those have longer useful lives. But when we talk about the big useful lives, when we talk about the useful life of a building, that's when we go into capital improvement. Also, with the modern cost of buildings, we're never going to have enough in operating to not think about financing for buildings. So those two things happen. With regard to the climate action plan, again, we were here this summer, we were talking about it. Dana's going to come back in February. And one of the things I really appreciate about him is that he has gone out to every single department and gotten a casual needs assessment. He's done ride-alongs with everyone. And his belief is that we can do a lot with the money that we have within the reserve fund and the operating expenses for the department in terms of getting those things started and making progress as a whole in the community. And I also deeply appreciate his commitment towards getting, let's call it emotional buy-in from both the residents and the staff and all of yourselves before we append the wagon cart by, you know, throwing all the gas-powered lawnmowers away and buying electric. So I do appreciate that he's building a lot of sense of community and a lot of buy-in from people. And he's doing a great job, and you're going to see him in February with a full plan, and he's going to have some really interesting things that aren't particularly that expensive over the next year.
Mr. Chairman, I feel I need to respond to this.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Wait a second. Let me go here.
Heidi Duto, White River Junction. Did the unassigned fund get changed? It doesn't show in my computer. Did the numbers get changed back to what last week's numbers were?
In the motion?
No, on here it says it's 1.421694. Last week, it was 1.12161494.
Yeah, and they had that $200,000 motion for the parking meters, and then again, the $5,500 motion for training. So those are included in the
So
unassigned.
that's why the number's different?
Yes.
Thank you.
Annie, go ahead.
Yeah, Tracy, I've heard many times since I've been a member of this board that you've referred back to failures of previous town managers. And quite honestly, I don't think that's fair, because previous town managers have done the best they can with what the boards they've worked with to meet the needs of this town. So
Lanny, I'm
I
going to
don't
stop
think
you right
there's
there.
failures
That's
there.
not appropriate on many levels, okay?
there's not,
Stop,
the problem is
please,
there's not
okay.
failures.
No, you need to stop, because it's not fair to evaluate previous boards and previous town managers, because having
Well,
sit in that position, that-
She is throwing previous town managers on the bus.
and I can
And I don't
speak to
think that's
that
appropriate.
directly, that being in the position where during the pandemic, I personally had to pick up the pieces because we had a very part-time, more than one part-time town manager. I understand, and I have seen that it can't be made public information. The stuff that Tracy has gone back and fixed that has been wrong. So I just want to clarify that statement, I don't think that's fair.
I don't
We're not gonna
appreciate
discuss
that
about
everyone in the
personnel.
past has made mistakes. I don't appreciate that. We've had some very qualified town managers in this town.
We've also just had 2 interim town managers during the pandemic, plus one that was here for a very brief time. I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna disparage anyone, but we had a lot of transient kind of overlap. We did not have the leadership that we would have loved that we had with Leo Fuller, for example, or that we have now with Jason. Like, but this is, I think, handed a big job that was super challenging for anyone who would have been in that position for the last 2 years. It was a big job. Anyway, sorry.
But I also have something to say about the CIP. When we talk about the CIP, yes, the CIP is for big budget numbers, okay? But we pay for the CIP by taxpayer dollars by bonding. So we're gonna have to pay for those things. So no matter what, whether we bond or not, that means the tax rate's gonna go up to pay for those bonds. So we're gonna raise tax dollars by bonding things. So that's something considered when we go down the road there, is that no matter how we get those things paid for, bonding or borrowing, or whatever, we still have to take the taxpayer dollars to pay for that. And it's gotta come out of the taxpayers gonna be paying more taxes. So that's, the number's gonna keep going up and up. And you can't say otherwise. That's it.
So I just want to comment on a few comments that you made, Lanny. I think that the process is something that we can work on. Each year it seems to change a little bit, and we can perfect it. So I think that is positive feedback. And I'll just say that your personal digs are well noted. So thank you. Okay, we'll entertain a motion to move the budget forward if someone would like to Someone entertain?
Can I,
Yeah.
just because, I know Tracy, you were getting all the spreadsheets, et cetera. If you could just, if you wouldn't mind just telling us what that final total appropriations is that we should be looking at.
Yeah, Ally, it's that 19,054,74367 number under total appropriations. And again, I'm gonna check in with our internal process on fact checking because something went wrong right there.
Okay, just because that's different. Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the budget as presented. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong line. That the select board approve the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget totaling $19,054,743.67 to be funded with $2,698,633 in non-tax revenue, $1,421,694 from the unassigned fund balance, leaving $14,934,416.67 to be raised by taxes.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mike? Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. I think we'll do a roll call vote. So we'll just start at this end. Dennis?
Nay.
Annie?
Nay.
Ally?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Kim?
I
Aye as well. So 2 opposed, Dennis and Lanny, 5 in favor. Motion will carry. Looking at the time, it's 5 after 8. I think it's appropriate to take a 5-minute break.
before the enterprise funds.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you, Kim.
I am gonna just comment
Yeah.
on that. So in the language that we had from last year, it did say revenue included an amount from the general fund.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to do that. That's right up there on that next line that says it includes 330,000 from the general fund for curbside recycling, and that's your standard transfer. So either way works. I just was being short
But if the
sentence.
623,000 amount includes 330 from the general fund.
The solid waste transfer station only makes about $300,000 a year.
Right, but so that should we include in the motion that the balance will be like, they're still, I mean, we're still short $300,000.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, totally. You know, this is one of those things that the solid waste transfer facility is always running the red. And it depends on, as we move into Q1, Q2, and Q3 of the active fiscal year, you know, that we all get together and try to figure it out. Here comes Sienna again.
So the budget here, as I mentioned earlier, reflects some investment in the closure. So some of those big numbers like the C&D pile and stuff, if we can kind of get away with some negotiations there or minimizing those expenses. Ultimately, there are some larger numbers in here that we wouldn't typically have in this budget to account for some of those anticipated closure expenses. Otherwise, this is a best guess on what we can start doing to minimize those services. That is why we have contracted with a professional consultant to work through this with us. Tracy and I have an upcoming meeting with the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste Management District to see if there's ways we can negotiate something with them to make the fund, to make a better partnership or the fund more solvent. So, you know, at this time, that fund is running in the red, and it's going to continue to increase running in the red until we kind of stabilize it.
But I'm wondering if it's even legal for statutory reasons to accept that budget without saying where the funds would come from.
they've always come from the general fund to make the fund solvent.
Right, but we don't have anything in, so, yeah, but we don't have that in the general fund currently.
It's never been, as far as I know, it's never been flagged as a problem in our audit. But that's not really up for me to say either.
I mean, the way it was worded for. Oh, wait, I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm looking at December 29, 2020, the memorandum was. It was asking for a motion to approve. Yeah, well, actually, so the motion was just saying totaling 952,000 in expenses to be funded with 881,000 in revenue. So I guess that is the same thing that we're talking about. It's still underfunded.
Okay, so we'll entertain a motion, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all want, we can go back and slash expenses down to 600-ish thousand. And you can make that motion, and Hannah and I will go back and start seeing. It might mean that we come back to when they let you know that solid waste is only open a couple of days a week. And that's kind of our hope anyways, that we do that work in the coming months. But that's, in terms of that department, I think the really only flexibility we have there is to start to reduce services to the residents. And even then, I don't think that's gonna get us to 623.
Dennis, go ahead.
Kim, I guess I thought your question was that I thought you were saying the figures were wrong.
No.
I understand the deficit part of the red, the red that Hannah's told us about. I get that. I thought it was more of a figures question.
No.
Oh, okay. I get confused. Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I mean,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve fiscal year 2023 solid waste fund budget totaling $930,398.07 to be funded with $623,100 in fund revenue.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye. If it's not
Aye.
unanimous.
Aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to White River Water Fund 50. Can we just keep going? Sure, yeah.
Yeah, motion hog here. Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve of the fiscal year 2023 White River Water Fund budget totaling $1,169,821.30 to be funded with $1,169,821.30 of revenue for Fund 50.
Second.
Ally, okay, we'll do the same thing. It's unanimous. We'll do, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Coogee Water Fund, Fund 55.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Dennis. Thank you.
I'd like to move that we approve of the fiscal year 2023 Queechee Water Fund budget totaling $470,288.51 to be funded with $471,907.85 of revenue.
I'll second that.
Second, Lanny, okay. Any question or discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, White River Water Fund, Fund 60.
Make a motion, sir.
Yes, go ahead, Lanny.
Make a motion, the select board approves fiscal year 2023 White River wastewater fund budget totaling $1,786,126.21 to be funded with $1,835,279.05 of revenue.
And a second?
Second.
Second from Mike. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. Thank you. And last one, Queechee wastewater fund, Fund 65. Ally?
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve of the fiscal year 2023 Queechee wastewater fund budget totaling $1,160,499 dollars and 50 cents to be funded with $988,499.50 of revenue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Kim. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry, yes. Go ahead.
Discussion, Hannah, is this another one, Queechee wastewater be funded, should it be funded from general fund?
So what I want to clarify is that historically, with the current rates we have, we've raised more money than is projected. So I felt this year that it was inappropriate to continue to raise our rates when we were raising the necessary amounts. So we were raising more than we've projected and have calculated into our current usage. So I maintained a flat rate structure to account for that.
But you're saying your crystal ball is saying
That will continue.
that we'll make more money, you're saying? I'm not following you.
Yeah, so this is where I'm pulling up Hannah's presentation as well, so that way I can remember. This is where our timelines get kind of messy because we're gonna set the rates in July of 2022. And our projections are kind of a crystal ball in terms of revenue. We're not sure how much we're exactly going to bring in because the rates are set by usage and by a lot of other factors. So we made this bet based on historic data where we actually end up kind of betting low that we're not going to make as much money as we end up making. If we bet wrong, because we're making a bet between 7 months and 19 months in the future of this. Oh my gosh, enterprise fund has reserves that we use to do that. And or in July, we could go to you guys and say, our bet was slightly wrong. We do want to raise the rates a little bit to balance that out. So we're having to bet on some of these enterprise funds because they're based on usage on a lot of factors that could go wrong, especially with the pandemic years. So I know that is really confusing. It's really confusing for me at times that we will come forward in July saying, hey, we bet on a no rate increase, but turns out we might need to do a 1% increase to balance this further. Or we're going to use reserves a little bit to balance this out and keep a rate flat.
So just for clarity, so for this year, I'm asking for about 1.16 for this total fund expenditure budget. Last year, we raised closer to 1.32. The year before that, we raised about 1.17.
So we took those.
Right, but we didn't raise, I mean, that was what was approved.
But it was close to that.
Okay, so we're still in the 2022 budget. And I get that. I'm trying to take apples and apples. And we look at approved 2022 versus actual 2022.
So I'm trying to front a rate structure that is responsible and reflective of what we have seen for income.
Make sense?
There's my, yeah, I'm better with it, but not 100%. I'll go for it.
Okay, other questions? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we got through all those. Now let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 8:25. Yes, do you have a quick announcement?
Yeah, everybody who is here with us today, the ladies' room is out of order and it's 8:30 at night. So we're not going to call a plumber right now. We're going to deal with it in the morning. So please head upstairs. It's the second floor ladies' room is literally right parallel. So you can take the stairs or the elevator and head up there. And it's working up there. So sorry for the inconvenience. And you can take the elevator or the stairs.
Thank you. Okay, so we will start discussing the Gate Street decision. So over to Amanda, when you're ready.
You want me to kind of lead this? All right, so we were here. We've been here a lot. I'm gonna let y'all, all right, there you go. We've been here a lot talking about this. And we first presented this to you at the beginning of November. We had a discussion about the stabilization and reconstruction options. And so just to facilitate discussion for all of you, we redirected your attention to that presentation. We also put the Gate Street items on the front page of the website. And there's the link to the presentation and the whole board meeting on CATV's website. And our goal tonight is for the board to reach consensus on one of the alternatives so that we can begin the contracting process for design work. And your financial considerations are also below. We have about $100,000 encumbered. And the FY23 budget has an additional $100,000 for design. At this point, we believe those funds would be sufficient to cover the development of a constructible design and construction documents for one option. I'm happy to share screen and put that presentation back up on the screen for you all. Just let me know.
Thank you. Okay, board, questions, comments? Yeah, Ally.
Just to say, Tracy, I reviewed that presentation beforehand, but would love to see it on the big screen again of the options if you wouldn't mind. That'd be really helpful.
All right, give me just a second. I'll grab that for you.
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious if I'm going to be able to weigh in on this intelligently tonight because we just got some new evidence here. I'm trying to study the map from, I think the last name's Nelson. And I don't understand the quick and easy, the two-way access on this map. I am interested in this because quite a few years ago, I had suggested thinking out of the box because at one point, the road from the top of where Fairview and Airport Road goes, there was a road that ran down and behind what is, it came out at where the Listen Center, I forget what it's called now, what was 25,000 gifts. Anyways, there was that road that was there, that there's big trees growing up in it now, and it would take a lot to straighten it out. I also brought up the possibility of just dropping down from Fairview where there's no houses and coming on to Route 5 there. And it didn't get much traction, but this is a different thing, but it's I thought at first when I looked at this, I thought it was to continue out the Maplewood Terrace and come out at the senior center. But this, I don't, is somebody here that has this? Can you just, I'm not sure the map, I don't know. It seemed like that's like a total drop off there. So I'm hoping to learn more about this suggestion.
So from my understanding,
So can you just,
Oh, sorry, yes.
yeah, thanks.
Crystal Pearson, I live on Hillcrest Terrace in White River Junction. So what we did was the reason you have all this information tonight is I wanted to share the results from a month ago, going back to the neighborhood and talking to everyone in the neighborhood regarding their wishes of Gate Street. It's nothing set in stone. It was clearly what was our wish as a neighborhood. So we reached out to nearly 300 residents. The streets included Hickory Ridge, Abbott, Lower Hyde Park, Charles Street, Holman Ave, Talbot, Fairview Terrace, Hillcrest Terrace, Lily Pond, Templeton, Marshall, Airport Road, Maple, Chellis, Bullard, Stacy Lane, Forest Hills, Birchwood, and Third Ave.
And then of those poll choices or survey results, we had 48 folks that responded. And then Rick Nelson shared his feedback, which he emailed over to me. He didn't necessarily give his specific feedback to the survey itself, but wanted to present this. And I didn't want anybody's voices not to be heard. So that's why I shared it in the packet tonight. I don't know a lot about it, except for he said that he had actually shared this down a couple of years ago and presented this to the board himself, but it's kind of rerouting the road, it looks like, and then dropping it down in behind, it looks like to me, where the new village is. So I can't speak a lot to it, but that was his feedback and I didn't want his voice to not be heard. So if I can give the overall results from the poll choices, a two-way traffic with sidewalks and proper lighting had 22 votes out of those 48 that specifically responded. Two-way traffic with or without a sidewalk and proper lighting. And when I selected with or without a sidewalk, that's because they didn't preference in their survey or give me that feedback of what they would like to see. So I wanted to be clear with that. 15 people chose that one. Nobody chose traffic up to the neighborhood with a sidewalk, like a one-way traffic, no one chose that. One-way traffic down to the village with sidewalk and proper lighting, 3 people chose that. One-way traffic with the stoplight that Hannah presented as an option, 5 people thought that was the best option. Walkway only, so the road is closed completely. I had 2 people come back and say, I want that road closed. And sidewalks along Fairview Terrace, 25 of the residents within that neighborhood would love to see that on theirs. Now, I want to be very specific because we all know that Fairview Terrace is the one that's really impacted. We talked about that a month ago. They're the ones that do they want sidewalks? They park along the side. So I wanted to read, and these are verbatims. I literally copied and pasted from their email to a website. What their feedback was. Lisa O'Neill on Fairview Terrace, she wants it closed or she wrote down only and she underlined it. She does not want sidewalks on Fairview Terrace. She felt that the survey was biased and not very scientific or truly reflective of all impacted. She did comment back, she appreciated me trying to get a sense of what the neighborhood residents think. However, the needs of all Hartford residents far exceed some in our neighborhood who are moderately inconvenienced by the closure or one-way traffic. This street was never built for all to use to bypass Route 5, which was built to handle heavy traffic. Another Fairview, we heard from Emily earlier, but she was one that said walkway only with proper lighting. And she felt the survey that was sent was an embarrassing amount of bias in it. And as a homeowner on Fairview Terrace with small children, she was insulted by my attempt to rig the deck in my favor. The other one was Kaylin Potter of 218 Fairview Terrace. She wants two-way traffic with a sidewalk and proper lighting. She wrote one-way, if her second choice would be a one-way down with sidewalks along Fairview Terrace. And then her quote was, based on our family of 4, we would prefer a road that you could drive on and a sidewalk that would be nice as well. We don't just want a sidewalk and we're okay with the one way of just going down the hill like earlier this year. So any of the options that have road access would be okay with us. Option 1 is probably the best option because a two-way and a sidewalk would be really nice. My mom used to live on the terraces growing up and has recently moved back. She definitely misses the sidewalks for going on walks. My dad and the rest of the family have tended to not go down the downtown White River as much as we used to because of having to take longer routes. It also has made longer commutes for work as well. Option 2 is okay option as well. If anything, we wouldn't mind one-way traffic going down and a sidewalk, which was basically how it was earlier this year. Option 3 is okay, well, because you are still able to drive up or down with the traffic light. Option 4 is the only one that we do not agree with. We would really like to be able to at least drive down the hill. The last one that I'll quote was Erin Lee Markop from Fairview Terrace. Hers was two-way traffic with or without a sidewalk and proper lighting. She didn't specify whether she wanted a sidewalk or not, but she did specify that she'd like to see sidewalks along Fairview Terrace. And she said, thank you all for taking the time to do this. At the last house on the dead end of Fairview, the closure is such a burden. Everybody's verbatims are on the packet. full disclosure, it was a neighborly friendly survey and we don't all agree, that's for sure. But those were the feedbacks from that outreach.
Great. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, hi, Karen. Karen Richardson, White River. Yeah, I think it's important to note that out of the 300 that we distributed all around the neighborhoods, that of the responses we got, the high majority of the responses and what they favored. And also that a lot of those people I spoke with, you know, up around the airport road and up in towards the subway and the Route 5, they were outside and they did not care because they access Route 5 right out from where they live. So it's mostly neighbors who used to have that road as a road. And I think for myself, I interpreted the two-way with or without a sidewalk, meaning that if a sidewalk impacted not having a two-way, then I would take a two-way without a sidewalk, because we also have the path that goes down to Northern Stage, which something could be worked on. It always was a right of way for us, although, you know, so, but for a wish list, everyone had this was their Christmas wish list, what they would most likely want. And only so many out of those people responded. And then now you have the highest percentage of those responses. Thank you for your time on that.
Thank you. Yeah, come on up.
Hi, I'm Heather Potter. I live on Fairview Terrace, and for kind of a view of where I live, as you come down around the sharp corner before you go up to Hillcrest, or the sharp corner at Hillcrest, I'm the fourth house in beyond that. There are 6 children in those 4 houses now that are not protected by a speed bump. 2 of the little ones were here tonight. 2 of the others in those houses are that same age, very, very young. I did not respond to the survey. I didn't know who had put it out. I didn't know, honestly, what, it seemed very biased to me, because it was going to be asking the folks in the neighborhoods up above between Sykes Avenue. And over I've heard, we are willing to sacrifice the safety of your children and your quality of life for our convenience. We don't want to have extra traffic on our street, so you take the burden. So I do not want to see Gate Street opened. I think that our neighborhood is hugely impacted by the amount of traffic. So the houses on Fairview, years ago, it used to be single family homes and it was nice and you just had lovely neighbors in the neighborhood, and now they're being sold off and we're piling Dartmouth students in, and each house has 4 to 6 cars. And as these students come in and out, there's an influx. You can always tell when new people are in the neighborhood because they're the ones flying down through. They do learn their lesson after being spoken to. We've been hit. We've had a couple of cars hit pulling out of our driveway. It's a safety issue for our children, for pulling out of our yard, but it's also a quality of life. Was it 2 years ago? We had some girl high on drugs that decided to come. It was estimated 70 or 80 miles an hour up from downtown through Fairview before she crashed on the sharp turn. That type of stuff can't happen when the road is closed off because they're not allowed to come through. She would have crashed into the barriers, which I would have been okay with. So I really, I've been fighting this fight since my daughter was 2 years old. She's about to turn 10 next month. I have
I started talking with Alan Ricker about it when he was still the highway superintendent. I fought for the speed bumps to come in. I've gone to police. I don't want to burden the police. They have so much more important stuff to deal with than asking drivers to be respectful. And I mean, we're asking people to be on the honor system, driving respectfully through neighborhoods. I'm looking down through this list and the only people that I see are either not on our road that are voting to open it back up to two-way traffic, or they're on a dead end street, so their children are not impacted or on a dead end to begin with. So again, it feels like the 7 years that I've been, or 8 years that I've been fighting for this, I have been repeatedly kind of told, we're gonna open it up for the good of the town. You're just gonna have to suck it up. And, I've tried to get my husband to move away from the house. It's his childhood home. He doesn't want to. But I'm asking that our street be a little more protected. It's not a state highway. It's not meant to be used that way.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, and forgive me just because I'm not sure of the history, and your length of time there. The difference that you've seen from it being one way, two way, and closed. Can you kind of illuminate us on what those differences were from your vantage point?
So two-way, it just felt like a free-for-all. It was the amount of traffic. We've all seen it around town. How much longer are we sitting at traffic lights in general? There's so much more traffic in town. And people use that road when restaurants and bars are open. They would use it to try and avoid being seen by police leaving. So that's certainly not safe. When the speed bumps went in, that made a huge difference. It taught people really quickly, you're not to speed on this road. The unfortunate part is the first speed bump was put right in front of my house. It doesn't protect the first 4 houses, which, as I just said, there's 6 children in those houses now. And cars just come way too fast down that hill. And if they don't know the neighborhood and haven't driven through there before, they don't care about the speed bump. They don't know it's there until they hit it. When the road is closed, it's a huge difference. The amount of traffic is cut way down. As Emily said before, the foot traffic on the street is, people are able to go out and walk and chat with their neighbors, and kids can ride bikes without being afraid that our children are going to be mowed over. And there's a lot less for kids to do in the area. They should be able to go out and ride their bikes. That's part of a happy childhood.
And the one way, when it was just one way?
I'm sorry?
When it was just one way?
It was better.
Yeah.
It was better than the two-way for sure. Still have the speeding issues and increased traffic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So you say you have a speed mitigation speed bump in front of your house, right? So when traffic comes down through and they hit that first speed bump, does the speed reduce?
You usually see them very, very much more respectful of the second speed bump.
So, and I know this is a crystal ball question, but if the town were to install speed reduction devices farther up the street, would you then be opposed to two-way traffic?
I'm going to be opposed to two-way traffic, period. But I have a feeling that two-way is going to happen, or at least one way. And so we're going to have to deal with that traffic. After the speed bumps were installed, I again asked for another speed bump placed further up to protect those first 4 houses. When I was told that couldn't be done, I also asked for a stop sign right before Hillcrest to at least break the speed and I was told no. So again, the message was, I'm sorry, your family's in danger. It's really not our problem.
And I don't want to point any fingers, but you were told no by who?
When I would write or email to Hannah, to Jeremy.
Okay, so, okay, but you're opposed no matter what, but you'd feel better if there were more speed mitigation on the road.
Mhm.
Okay, so there is a little bit of give there.
I think there has to be, right?
Okay,
I'm looking at this and yes, the majority, the big majority of this list of people who voted don't live on our streets. So their lives are not impacted other than they have to go a different way to work. They have to go a different way to get their pizza.
from my perspective, it's a very delicate balance between having it safe streets for you and children to use, and also to have transportation corridors as well. And if you can meet in the middle somewhere, nobody's going to have what they want, perfect world. People would love to have no speed bumps all the way through there and have the 50 miles an hour. Okay, but I don't want that. You don't want that. Okay,
Yep.
But you want speed bumps every 5 feet. And
Nope,
well,
I do not. I want speed bumps to stop the speeders coming down the hill.
Okay, but
Come
you have to-
stand
so-
at my neighbor's driveway. Come stand where that little chunk of sidewalk ends on a Friday afternoon in the summer when people are getting out of work, and see how safe you feel
I would-
on the sidewalk.
I would hope that we could meet in the middle. There's one thing that I would like the town to possibly look into. I don't know if you've driven over in Lebanon, over by Storrs Hill. They have those devices that come out of the road,
Chicanes, yeah.
so chicanes that come out in the middle of the road. And I think they're wonderful. They definitely slow traffic down a considerable amount.
And it also cuts down from the people who don't want to have to deal with it, and they're just using the road as a cut through.
Right, and I think that would be a possible
I
way,
think
so.
as the town grows around us, and it is growing in a huge way, the neighborhood that is sandwiched in between Route 5 and Sykes Avenue and Main Street has to be protected. All of the neighborhood.
I understand.
I just feel like the burden is heavily on Fairview
I
Terrace.
just gotta believe there's a way that we can meet somewhere in the middle and have this. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to talk about the installation of speed bumps or using stop signs as a method of traffic calming. The speed bumps that are installed currently were the town staff was instructed to do that by the board, by the motion of the board. And we weren't given any funds to use engineers, traffic safety engineers to put those out. So we used our best judgment for sight distance, road width, the flattest section of the road. So one of the reasons that I have responded no at the time to more traffic calming devices in that neighborhood in particular is that I don't feel comfortable doing that without the support of a traffic safety engineer who can fully evaluate the traffic in that neighborhood and the impacts that it has to everybody else. Because what can happen is that if we installed more speed bumps, it may create a more unsafe problem. It may redirect traffic to other neighborhoods. It could impact public safety response. It could have an impact on noise in the neighborhood. So at this time, the town doesn't really have a good method for evaluating traffic safety requests and concerns. So that's something that I feel strongly that to install traffic calming devices, that really needs to be evaluated by a traffic safety engineer.
Let's go to Kim and then Ally.
I mean, yeah, it does seem like a systemic problem. It's not just whether the road is open or closed, but that it is a road that has historically got people driving too fast on it. So that itself, I mean, I think, I threw out the idea last time we talked about this of, can we include adding the sidewalks going up Fairview Terrace as part of this, at least the engineering of this project, if not the actual project itself. And that didn't seem to be a possibility at the time. But But so maybe that is another phase, is the looking at the safety engineering of the traffic safety engineering of, you know, the Fairview to Hillcrest section of the road or something like that.
I think that one of the things that needs to be looked at is the amount of people living in apartments and squeezing in. They're all parking on the road now. So you have the cars parking on the road plus the sidewalks. That becomes pretty narrow.
True. I mean, we also have a housing crisis. So I think that the idea of density of population in neighborhoods is part of what we're experiencing as.
I agree. We have that in our neighborhood. I don't so much see it in the neighborhood up above. So there again, when folks are voting, let's open it all up as a free for all. I don't think that they're being impacted by that either.
Well, I think that was the other point I wanted to make. So, and even though there was this informal survey and it seemed to be, you know, an effort in community outreach, whether the motivations were not in line with your own or not, it was an informal attempt to do some community outreach, and I appreciate it. It, you know, has whatever impact it may have on us, but ultimately, whatever we decide to put forward, that it's not just the members of Hillcrest or other upper terraces that would be voting. It's every member of the voting population of the town of Hartford. And so they will need to feel invested enough if we're going to bond for however many millions of dollars that whatever we're going to do will cost. So it isn't about just like what they want versus what Fairview Terrace wants. It's about what the community at large is interested in preserving. One thing, I had a conversation with someone from up in the neighborhood in person the other day, and you know, their sentiment was, yeah, personally I'd like it closed, but generally speaking, I like, you know, I'm willing to compromise one way down. Anyway, we're having that discussion, and I said, well, you know, the fact is that even if we have to close it, it's still going to cost the town $1 million in what's referred to in the presentation in 2013 dollars. And they asked me, they said, well, what does that pay for? And I couldn't really answer them. So I'm wondering, I know you've presented this a million times, but, you know, just looking at the slide that was in that presentation, it says estimated $1,060,000 in 2013 dollars, with the kind of.
Sorry, Kim. Sorry, Dennis. There you go. I was moving the screen to that.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at the other screen. So anyway, I guess it would be nice to just have a super basic summary of what that would pay for again. Thank you. Oh, and that's the one that right below.
So ultimately, what it represents what the engineers back then predict as the needs for stabilizing what is sinking or failing possibly at this time, whatever is causing the road surface to move around. Again, this is based on their explorations and information from 2013, the stabilization of the water line going down through there.
And I think that 1 million gets and I'm pulling my mask down in case we have our folks that are reading lips out there. And that also, according to that report, got us a pedestrian pathway. So you got three things. You got stabilizing the walls and the entire structure, stabilizing the underground utilities. We have a water and a sewer technically right now. We're working on the sewer because sewers we're working on the water. So we've got some other issues there, and then installing a pedestrian pathway. So in 2013, that $1 million got you those three things.
That was proper lane. That's a big thing.
So I think those are all things that we can work out as part of the final design and work with the community on those things.
Yeah.
Is there anyone on Zoom?
Karen Richardson again. I want to respond to Heather's comments. She is correct. That road was, speeders were really taking advantage of that. And it's true, Route 5 is there for that, not Fairview. My vision personally has always been to beautify our neighborhood, the historic terraces of White River Junction, and that also benefited the neighborhoods behind us. And I visioned Fairview as being that neighborhood that you grew up on, that you had that historic value. And so I saw sidewalks as part of this whole deal, all the way to Fairview for the children to be playing on, and the curbs nice, like they were going in downtown, and the proper road, so the sewers didn't clang every time somebody did go by. And if that involved, the speed bumps, that was fine with me, because I saw how those, and, one child to be impacted with safety is all it takes. But our neighborhood has deteriorated. That guardrail's deteriorated. Gate Street, we've been over this and over it. So it's a matter of bringing the infrastructure back to the historic terraces, and especially Fairview, because, and it did include in my vision and some others, to restore our access, the ingress and egress to downtown White River up into our terraces. If you think about it, people are now walking all around downtown White River. And if we did have even just the walkway, which is not what I voted for, but even if we did, with that beautification and the sidewalks, and it is a beautiful walking extension of our downtown. I would, again, I think we are all looking at compromise, but it's within that vision. We're not all one way, right or wrong, and nor are we against each other. We're neighbors. And I think we really do want the same thing: safety, beautification, infrastructure, and yes, some access. So we will work together as neighbors, and also look to you as the board to help us achieve this, and listening to all of our concerns. Thank you.
Hello, Todd Campbell, White River Junction. I currently live on Chellis, one of the roads right up above, and prior to that, lived on Fairview itself for 3 years. I too have small children. I don't want to discount anybody else's experience, but if I were still on Fairview today, I would be in favor of opening the road back up, at least downhill. The purpose of the road is access. I want everybody to be safe. I really think that there's a third speed bump that's needed in the vicinity of Hillcrest. Because as Heather has said, that's definitely you miss the first 4 or 5 houses before you get to the first one. So I think the speed mitigation device is really necessary regardless of what happens to the road. The other thing, David, you may correct me on this, I think Gate Street has been there as long as all of the houses on the street. Is that correct? So that all of the houses and the people that were in them, even new buyers or people who've been there for a generation, have had a road there. And it's been part of the environment of Fairview. And I don't think that taking advantage of crumbling infrastructure is the right way to address the situation, where you should, if the road has always been there, at least as long as the houses were, it's not new construction. It's a road that's been there, and I think we need to keep our infrastructure up to date. And at least once, I'm in favor of one way downhill at a minimum, 2 way if possible. Thank you.
Dave Briggs, White River Junction. I think once again, the tension in the room offset by the willingness to compromise and the common goal of safety and aesthetics and all of those factors in our neighborhood could be handed off to the professionals. The thing that held Hannah back justifiably early on with regard to added speed bumps could now be rectified by the study that I hear you're about to approve. And then let it hang there instead of all of us who have various levels of expertise in this decide based on good design and professional inputs.
Ally, go ahead.
Thank you, everybody, for sharing your thoughts. And I'm curious, and I know that this printout of Stephen Rick Nelson's idea, is pretty maybe limited, and Stephen could probably explain it more, but I don't know if Hannah, if you've looked at this and have thoughts about if that would be feasible. I certainly am not an expert, so I would just be curious if that's even something worth considering.
I mean, the
No.
first thing looking at this map, we don't own that land.
Okay, that would be a
So-
challenge. Yeah, okay.
And we're looking at a report of engineered options. We don't have that engineered out at all.
Sure.
So if we're starting here with the current options, we're starting here with that option
Yeah.
on if we could even acquire that property.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And then just one more, Tracy, would you mind going to the one-way option slide that just kind of breaks that down for us? Thank you for being slide
This one.
commander.
Ellie?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I appreciate the conversation and appreciate the idea of compromise and prioritizing safety for sure. I guess I think I'm falling into the view of maybe trying to find the middle ground and, appreciating and trying to understand the idea that if a road is there and used to be there for the entire existence of a neighborhood, and, for various reasons, I certainly can't speak to the decisions that were made prior and to get to this point, but I know we kept using the phrase maybe kicking the can down the road, and I know that that's a disservice to folks, and so I can appreciate wanting to take responsibility for that. And so I would be inclined, I think, to kind of find the middle ground and find the compromise to have one way going down and then have pedestrian walkways so that there's still both vehicle and pedestrian access. And then also hopefully isn't, super breaking the bank in terms of cost. So that's sort of where I'm sitting currently with that.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very anxious to hear more public comment. I was trying to figure out if that's about done, or because I do have some comments, but I'm anxious to hear from the public as well.
Come on.
Good evening. My name is Dave Potter. I live on Fairview Terrace. I've just recently turned 50 years old. I was born and raised on that road. So I've got a lot of history on the road. There's probably maybe 4 of us in this room right now that have been in this town for 50 years. The town used to be fantastic in the 70s. White River was this giant booming city. The railroad came in. We had the interstate coming in. My parents were big business owners in this town. Every Friday, Saturday night, you couldn't barely walk on the streets of White River. We had a huge department store. The 5 and 10 was actually 3 stories. The Hotel Coolidge was booming. We had the corner drugstore was fantastic. It was a beautiful corner drugstore that had an actual place that you could go in and get like a burger and a frap or whatever. So White River was an absolutely beautiful little city. It's coming back, right? And I love that. And it's getting bigger and it's getting more congested. My thing is, we're hearing from people that live above Fairview Terrace that we're talking about a road that is sketchy to best during the middle of the winter is even worse when all these people on the road up above us travel out to a road that now has dealerships and restaurants on it that is going to be plowed, and it's not going to be one of the back streets that doesn't get plowed because we don't have enough plow drivers this year. And we're talking about finances for the town, and now we're going to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to reconstruct a hill that has been caving in on itself for 50 years. I remember as a kid, walking my bicycle up the hill, riding my bicycle down the hill. The hill has probably 30, 40 feet of pavement in one side of it, in a hole. That's no joke. You know, these things, and Hannah says that they put the speed bumps where the road, you know, is flat and wide. Actually, further down the road where this hill is actually flatter and wider. So why don't we have a speed bump down there? Again, I've lived on this road for 50 years. That hill has taken big cars, when we actually drove big cars, slowly up and down. My parents always had big giant Cadillacs. And yes, they drove up and down those roads, and they would drove slow. We have a lot smaller cars now. They're faster. We have a lot more kids that are driving in this town, a lot more kids that drive fast vehicles because they're affordable for these kids. These kids are going out and buying vehicles like this. I am 100% behind the fact to shut the hill down. Beautifying the road is fantastic. I love the thought of having sidewalks on my road. That will slow some people down also. Some chicanes maybe. Walking up and down the hill would be fantastic with the proper lighting. I think it would be very good for the road. And as far as the pathway down behind the old, or the theater, it's not much of a pathway anymore now. There's a lot of needles on it, and it is taken up by a senior assisted living. So not a lot of path there anymore. We used to slide down that as kids. Actually, I believe that was part of the road way back in the day. And before that, the road actually came up near my house. I live 4 houses on the road, right at the first speed bump. So there, back in the day, when my parents bought up there, just before that, there was a road that actually went down over from our house to Route 5, because Route 5 wasn't actually there yet. Again, Route 5 was built for speed, for heavy traffic, and that's where people should be driving, not on my road. Thank you.
Ms. Potter, before you go, you used the word sketchy, and I just wanted you to define it. I didn't know if you meant the infrastructure or you meant the
whole thing. If you walk up it, it is unsafe because of the New Jersey barriers. They can't get the proper equipment down there to clean it. So there's wet leaves, there's debris. There are crazy, there's spray paint on the walls. It's unsafe driving, walking, anything at this point in time. So I am, again, I believe that we should put some money into the hill. I don't believe we should spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of the taxpayers' money to rebuild this hill for the few people that it's going to inconvenience. That they have to drive 2 extra miles or 3 extra miles to get a pizza or to get to work. My child and my well-being, I'm one that takes I'm vested in my road. I mow my lawn, I go across the street, I mow a big giant swath across the road. I take very good care of my property. I'm just rebuilding my front porch. And as we were rebuilding my front porch, 2 construction guys, myself and the guy that I work with, were standing out there, and we were just at awe at how many people came around the corner and had to either slam on their brakes or just didn't even bother, just drove over the speed bump, things in the back of their trucks flying everywhere. It's not enough.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
your candidness.
Hi, my name is Keisha Denoyer, and I live on Fairview Terrace. Like Dave, I also grew up on Fairview Terrace. My dad grew up on Fairview Terrace, in the same house, actually. I am a little bit more open to a compromise option than some people are. I would be perfectly open to downhill, but I also think that we do need a traffic safety engineer to look at our street and see what else can be done to make it safer, because as it is, it wasn't safe. Including what David said about going down that hill. If you try to go there anywhere near dusk, it's pitch black. It's not safe. You can't walk there and feel comfortable. And I have a 6-year-old son. I'm a single mother. And when I walk on the street that's not very lit, I don't really feel comfortable, especially with the speeding traffic. And personally, I live very close to the road. I have a Ring camera facing the road, and I have seen a dramatic decrease in traffic since the road has been closed. The first week or so, you'd see a lot of cars coming down, turning around. It's gotten much less since then. I don't personally feel like it needs to be permanently closed, but I do feel like we need to have more information on how to make it safer.
Great, thank you. I think everyone in the room has spoken. Right.
Good job.
This and then Lenny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for everybody's input. Yeah, some of my comments, I have friends that live along here and acquaintances and so forth, and probably some aren't gonna be thrilled with what I have to say, but here it is. So I live above here on Lower Hyde Park, and I don't know how the surveys get distributed, but I don't believe I've got one. So I was surprised. I would have liked to have participated in that. I just keep thinking that it would be nice if they made my street a private street and shut all traffic off, but I think that's a lot to ask. If it was a new road coming through, then I'd have a real problem, but that's been there since I was there, so I sort of figure I have to live with it. I guess what I am wrestling with is that I am very sensitive. All the comments are made about safety on Fairview Terrace and those issues. But at the same time, I just have to think that a new burden would be on the folks that are above there, that they're going to realize if that is closed, they're going to realize more traffic past their houses potentially. And so I don't see that that's exactly fair either.
It's certainly possible that cars would just go up and go around, but I do want to point out that the road directly above us is much more curvy than ours and is much harder to navigate if you don't know the area. And cars do go slower on that, and I've seen it. Maybe that would change if people are trying to bypass Fairview Terrace, but it is a different infrastructure that we have down there. We are a very straight, narrow road that is perfect for speeding.
I agree with that. One of my little notes I wrote down here is I walk down through there frequently, not enough. But there was one time I was walking down there by the Potter residence, and there was a truck coming down through. I don't know if they missed the signs for the speed hump, but they hit that bump. I heard Mr. Potter say the tools went flying out of the back. This one didn't have tools flying out of the back, but tools did come up. I thought they were going to go out of the bed as he slammed right into it. And he did slow down for the second one. But I don't know if more signage at least there might have warned, but he was, I'm certain he was above the speed limit and no attempt to slow down for that bump. I'm really thrilled with the cause and effect of those speed bumps. It's not an immediate slap on the wrist. This map that we received tonight, I'm certainly no engineer and whatnot, but the concept of dropping that road right where they're talking about from almost the top of that wall down to the senior center, the slope for that is, I can't imagine that working ever. If you had 4-wheel drive and a cog railway or something maybe. But I can't see that, but as maybe some of you know, I'm sure some in this room know this, that Maplewood Terrace used to go out to Route 5. And so when they put the interstate in with all this construction and the new bridge for the urban bridge, Maplewood was cut off there by the senior center. And so I really enjoy what I'm hearing tonight about compromise. And my first thought is, many of you have heard me say, take care of what we have, before we build new to the town stuff. And so that's where I come from, but I really like the thought of compromise, and I'm not set on any one thing here, but my preference, I guess, would be to be fair to the folks above, because I think they're gonna, if this gets closed, they're gonna be with a new burden, and I'm not sure that's fair, but my preference would be two-way, but I'm not set on that, and would like to hear what other members have on their thoughts.
So just for full disclosure, I live in Clichy, so I don't use this road that often, or I haven't used this road very often, but I have used it and I find it convenient. The difficult part of this for me is that when you had a road historically in a village for as long as this, and when you cut it off, you'll never get it back again. And I have to believe that there's a way that we can meet in the middle to appease not everybody, but at least make people happy a little bit on this. I am for two-way traffic on the street. It's interesting, we look at this, map here, proposal here, and I understand we don't own that land, but we're gonna look at having to purchase some property on Gate Street, no matter what we do. So, on the hill, Fairview Terrace, on Fairview Terrace.
Only if we do two-way and
If we do yes, if we do two-way, yes.
two-way and a walkway.
Yes, so, yeah, so I agree. So I wish there could be like a 50-yard stare at this to see what sort of grade there would be. But as it stands right now, I'm going to support two-way traffic and more speed mitigation.
Anything?
Not at the moment.
Joe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Todd Campbell, Five River. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the map that's with the survey is only one person's suggestion, correct? It's not indicative of the group. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
I guess a couple of things, and one, the word compromise has been said, and I am in favor of that. Much like Ally said, I'm probably leaning towards walkway and one way down. But all of that, the town's gonna have to vote on this. And what are they going to want to accept? So it's not solely our decision, but when we put this forward, what are they going to say yes to? So I think we have to consider that. And like Lanny, if you live in Queechee, or you live in Wilder, or you live in West Hartford, you don't use it all that much, are you inclined to spend upwards of $2 million for two-way, 1.7, I'm sorry, more, forgive me. I said upwards. So I thank you. 1.7 for one way. And then even if we close it, still a million and some change. So we're going to have to do something. And what's palatable for the rest of the town, I think is what we have to look at. So.
Sir, can I address that? Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, Joe. But you gotta remember that we've got a pool that's being built that we're spending a lot of money on, and
You don't have to go,
voted in.
no, I know.
It was voted in, and it's not being used by everybody in the town. So people do vote to do those things in the town of Hartford. So
That's
it happens.
That's an absolute fair assessment.
So, I mean,
No, that's fair.
If I
Just
could say
fair.
something on that. Again, when I was a child, every single day of my life, I spent at the pool. I rode my bicycle from my house on Fairview Terrace to the pool. And my child, I will be at the pool lots with her. So again, the pool is something that the whole entire community is gonna be able to use. Fairview Terrace, somebody like that lives in Woodstock, Queechee, Wilder, or something like that. Do you really think they're gonna wanna spend tax money on a road that they don't even know where it is or what it does, or if it doesn't affect them at all? The pool kind of affects us all. We have kids, everybody has kids, everybody needs to get pool in the summertime. So, and you're not really, that's not apples to apples.
By the way, Mr. Potter, I know a pool. Just kidding.
Let's go to Mike and then Kim.
Yes, thank you, Dan. Yeah, my thoughts on this, I'm gonna echo a little bit of what Lanny said, being from West Hartford, I think the first time I really ever went up there is when Mr. Briggs took me around to show me the neighborhood. But what's always sort of bothered me about this is that, like, we ended up, because of neglect, because, failure to maintain this stuff, we end up closing the road. I understand that, like, their benefits, I mean, they sound like there's some great benefits people have mentioned to me about having a closed road, but at the same time, it's like, I think a town has a responsibility to keep up. It's like, its infrastructure and its roads, and not just put it off. I mean, now we may in fact have to pay a lot more than we did before. So, I mean, I think there's a fundamental responsibility to keep open, the town to keep open, and passable the roads that it has. And like I think Joe said, at some point, this is going to go for a bond in a year or two or whenever, and people are going to have to decide whether they think it's worth bonding for $4 million. People in West Hartford will say, what street is this? I mean, so we don't have a guarantee anything's going to pass. For this discussion, I think if we're going to employ like a consulting firm, an engineering firm to look at like what our options are, I think it makes a lot of sense. At least I would support that. If we're going to spend that money, they at least look at the full reopening option and bring us back to, the status quo before we had to shut the road. And so that's my opinion on it. I think it makes sense to get a sense of the cost of a full reopening. And again, yeah, I mean, this may be a very tough sell for a bond issue, but that's what it is. But I do think it makes some sense to at least study what a full reopening would cost. So that's my thought.
As you have comment on that.
So I just wanted to clarify a little bit that our intent of getting to this point this evening was that we were going to be moving forward with a clear path forward, and we weren't necessarily looking at a study. We were getting ready to go to a construction design. Right. And so I just want to clarify that we're going to be going down a road where we could be spending, close to $200,000 on a final design for a project that then has to go out for a bond vote. So
We're gonna spend the $200,000 on one option, and we can't backpedal to a one-way. So like we kind of, it's a one-way street. We're gonna go down that street, and we're gonna have to see it to the end. So it's not like we can take a hard left or a hard right change that. Just
I get you.
Thank you. That was my question or comments mostly around process as well. And that was my understanding that we're tonight are, I think, supposed to be choosing which option that we want to move forward with in terms of the engineering design that the $200,000 is budgeted for. And then I guess my question is, and so throughout the course of 2022, 2023, that work will be done. And then presumably for the on the ballot on March 2023, we would hope to be able to put the question on the ballot. This is how much it will cost to do this. And it's either one way down, so we're done exploring the options. We've kicked that can enough. And I think like we need to direct the town manager and public works director as to what that engineering is going to focus on. And then I guess another question would be, and maybe this is not for today, but what happens if it does fail? Like if we commit as a board to choose one option to do engineering, and then it does go on the ballot to vote on the bond, and if it fails, then do we what happens then? I guess would be one question. And it is just going to keep getting more and more expensive, just like everything in the budget is, just like closing the solid waste or managing the solid waste in the transfer station. Like these things are not going to get any less expensive as we go. Personally, I am in favor of us giving direction to staff to pursue engineering for one-way downhill with a pedestrian walkway and no traffic light. That's where I would like to move forward. I am not in favor of two-way with a walkway because that crosses that line of the eminent domain and needing to take property away from community members. And it doesn't seem to be, and I think it also will just be more likely to fail as a bond vote because it will cost even more. So I think that's all I have.
Crystal Pearson, Hillcrest, and I always chose everyone's first choice when I shared the survey results. But if you see in the comments, people had, if I can only have one thing, one way down with a walkway. Big feedback was lighting. So I just want to bring that.
Point of order that maybe wasn't totally understood, but we were asked by the select board to put out a poll to the neighborhoods to get most everyone's feeling about this. So we just didn't come up with it. And there was no real direction. You didn't tell us to be sure we hit this street or that street. We just kind of gave it to whoever we thought we could get to. And most of us did that, yes.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, the select board did not ask you to do that informal survey. Okay. We were delighted that it was offered as a volunteer process because, clearly we know how informal surveys, questionnaires can be very helpful, but they're not scientific. It is not, so we appreciate the work that was done, but it was not a request from the board to you as citizens. I should make that clear.
Perhaps that you thought it would be helpful. So
We did think
somehow
would be
it all
helpful.
came up.
It was offered
But-
and we said, great
right.
idea.
Because a long time ago, it was said that somebody said that the select board had asked the neighbors, and so maybe it wasn't the select board, but somebody had, and that they had all voted such and such, which we all said we never saw anything. So this was really important for us. So maybe that communication got lost, but yeah, but yes, so here today, so that's why we're here today, to give that and to start getting forward on that.
Sure. I personally cannot support one way with sidewalks. I believe that if you're going to go one way with sidewalks, you're going through all that work, the dirt work and routing everything. That yes, it's more getting easements, but if you're going to go through all this work at this time, I think it pays to go two-way, and I can't support one way. I just think for the amount of money that you're putting into one way, and with the retaining wall and everything, you might as well go for the whole thing. And I know it's going to cost us a little extra, but from a financial standpoint, I think it makes sense. That's what I'm going to support.
I have this remaining curiosity with regard to the issue of safety. And I still don't understand the basis for not putting in the trial speed bump, the fourth, what would it be, the third bump? We have two, right? So we have two now. Yeah, so I still don't understand why we never have tested the efficacy of the third bump at that most critical place coming into Hillcrest Hill, where the sight distance, by the way, is not good either. There's all kinds of aspects there, and how that dramatically changes the pace. With regard to safety on Fairview Terrace, you're also true to the historic neighborhood concept of a sidewalk that doesn't put people in the travel way as they step down those stairs into puddles, particularly for kids. And so it seems odd to me that short of a study that would delay this thing further, you couldn't have in the scope of the work with the engineering firm to say, before we really pitch forward on a decision that swings tonight on just the whatever limited wisdom we have in this room, to have the professionals say, yeah, you could do this and come out with a safe project. It seems to me it would be reasonable for them to come back with alternatives for you, short of a separate study. I'm genuinely mystified by why we don't lean in that direction, because it preserves all of our options without putting it neighbor against neighbor or you against each other or any of that tension. Sure.
If I'm not mistaken, I think there's a possibility to do both and not either or. So, for example, we need to move forward on the process for the actual like gates to Fairview Terrace section of the hill, regardless of, and that the kind of any kind of safety engineering review of the Fairview from the top of Gate Street to Hillcrest or the river, that section is a separate project issue. Doesn't mean we couldn't potentially try to get another speed bump in there. I mean, there's that doesn't seem to be like as major of a request. I mean, I don't know. I guess I would look to Public Works Director,
but here tonight, are you suggesting that you would feel compelled to go one way or two way, as opposed to testing both options against the whole safety issue?
What we're here for tonight is to decide what to direct the Public Works Director and the Town Manager to pursue for the engineering of the project, for the Gate Street project.
Yeah, I understood that, but with regard to the nature of the design, the concept, are you directing them with either one or the other tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing I have a problem with. I'm not sure you have to do that.
Because we've been presented with the options, and now it's basically time to move forward. I mean, this is the picking up the can.
Our clear understanding when we left before was to poll the neighborhood with our best efforts, which we did, scientific or not, biased or not, really made it, these two people here particularly made a tremendous effort to bring back more input than you've ever had. And there's a pretty strong indicator, but for the concerns that our neighbors have for speed and safety, the two-way is a better option in terms of daily life, taking out the safety issue, which you could arguably mitigate and still have two-way traffic. So hate to see that end up tonight on that basis when it seems like professionals could put that in their work.
The board may vote to go in the direction of two-way. I mean, it's not, but we have to make a decision and move forward. We've talked about this a lot.
Well, we've waited this long. If you told us we had to wait 90 more days to get there, I would think.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. I just have one. I think your idea is valid, but the problem I see with it is that unless you open the street back up again to traffic going down through, you're not going to get an accurate measure of how effective it's going to be, because you're going to cut down that traffic that you would have. And well, what I'm saying, if you were to put another speed bump up though, yet you'd only get the diminished traffic that's coming in there now because the road is closed. But if you open it up to have one way down or, two-way traffic coming up, then you get the full understanding of how effective that other one would be. You see what I'm saying? Is that without an opening of some sort, you won't really get any true results of what you're looking for. You follow me?
I do. So
Yeah.
going back to again, before we shut it down, we could have had that Thursday.
I agree, but
Never understood.
unfortunately, that ship's now sailed. So I completely agree with you, but we have to move forward with what we have.
All right, Heather, this will be a last comment, and then we're gonna go on.
I wanted to point out that people adapted perfectly well when Cascadnick was closed for similar reasons. So I don't agree that the road has to be open. Number two, I would think the voters in the town would want to not have their taxes go up over a road that they don't really care about. And they don't use, people in outlying communities. And one of the things that I didn't see reflected was the homeowners that I am in a group text with on Fairview Terrace. When the survey came out, the immediate texting frenzy that happened about the option of not even closing it being brought up. The folks who own their homes and care about that neighborhood, that live on the neighborhood, were quite upset. And I don't see that reflected tonight. And maybe it's because we didn't know where the survey came from and who was behind it. And that was the reason I didn't respond.
Okay. Well, I'm ready to entertain a motion if there's one someone would like to make.
Well, if I can, we talk about process and maybe we can kind of find out either by show of hands or which direction everyone wants to go, and then make a motion on whatever one gets the majority of vote. So if to go, how many board members want it closed completely, and then and then after we get a majority, then make a motion on that. Does that make sense?
We can go that way if that's what people
Is
want to
that-
do. Sure.
Is that?
Yeah. Do you want to do that? Or you want me to do that? I don't care.
I can do it.
Go ahead.
How many people want it? How many board members want it completely closed?
Wait, can you just rephrase it? Because it's not, what do we want the engineering done on? Because it's not about what we want. It's about.
No, well, what I'm trying to do is find out before we make a motion, what we're making a motion on.
Right.
So I know it's not we, but want to vote on the completely closed option. All right?
So Joy, I also think just that someone could make a motion, it could fail, and then we know that's not what people want to do. So
If you
I
wanna-
don't care, it doesn't matter to me.
I know, I was thinking the same, right? Someone could make a motion. If it doesn't pass, then we'd have to make a new
So,
motion, right?
So
Either of those
That
options.
gets clunky. I just do this, I prefer this form of the informal thing to see where we're at.
Go, Joe.
Yeah. And that way we're not going through several
Yes,
motions at
yes.
a time.
Okay. Thank you.
Informally, how many people want to have a motion on it completely being closed? How many people want one-way traffic with walkway downhill?
So as I said earlier, I'm willing to compromise. So my preference was two-way, but if it's consensus of the board, that's consensus, and I would go with one way.
Okay.
I'll just put that out there first.
All right.
That's all.
So I mean, we have four, and I did take math in elementary school, so so I believe we can make a motion. Can someone else make a motion other than me?
How many-
And other than Kim, who her back hurts because she's been carrying these motions for the entire night.
How many want to go with two-way? Okay, so I'll switch mine to the intermediate, the one-way, and I guess that gets consensus and.
So would someone like to make a motion?
Sure.
Okay, Dennis, go ahead.
I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but I'll move that we send our wishes to DPW that we would like to move forward with a one-way downhill with sidewalks plan.
Is there a second?
What was the last word you said?
With sidewalks, I'm sorry, with one-way downhill with sidewalks plan.
Plan, okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Second from Kim. Any further discussions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question and maybe we'll just do a roll call vote. So we'll start at Kim's end.
Aye.
Mike?
Nope.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, so we have 2 opposed, which are Mike and Whammy. Did I get that correct?
Yep.
And 5 in favor. Okay. Motion will carry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for coming and for, even though there are all the different opinions, being so respectful to each other, respectful to us, and realizing that everyone's willing to compromise. So that's just such a great community, no matter where you stand in your little neighborhood. So thank you. Appreciate that.
The good news for the folks who want it closed is it's going to be closed for a while still. Your kids will probably be like in high school, but
Our daughter will be in college.
Right. It's quite possible.
So no sidewalks for Fairview, right? That's just. So.
Kim, go
I
ahead.
mean, I would suggest that this is something that is kind of requested of the board and the Public Works Department and the town manager to pursue after, but I think it is gonna be a whole nother project. Maybe, I'd say keep asking for the speed bump in the proper channels, but as far as another engineering study, I don't think we're ready for that yet.
Speed bump, I'm gonna say again, I said it earlier, I'm gonna ask that if the board wants me to do that, I'm gonna retain the services of an traffic safety engineer, which we don't have in the budget for this year. So that is at the board's discretion if they have a palette for that.
We might even have to go kidnap the traffic safety engineer these days to find one, but maybe if y'all are interested, we can bring that forth at the beginning of the year, maybe February, late January, if that's something you want to talk about. Yes. Oh, and Dennis has his hand.
Oh, Dennis, go ahead.
Just wondering, I think for some other project, maybe it was this one, but I thought that we had gotten some either low cost or free advice from you, like UVM did some work, some UVM students or something did something. I don't know if that's practical or possible.
They reviewed our downtown as a capstone project. And for some, placemaking kind of suggestions, beautification. But I don't think that would really be an appropriate use of their skills. And I haven't heard from them during COVID, so I don't really know what they have going on.
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you. Let's go on to tree warden.
All right, let's talk about trees. In your agenda packet is a memo where I changed the date a little bit and let you guys know that the tree warden resigned and you have to appoint a tree warden. The tree board has asked you to consider the following: review the current job description, which is included. And they also had a couple of funding requests to increase the tree warden's annual budget and increase the tree warden's honorarium to 2,500. So in your packet, you've got that memo, the job description, and the Vermont statute that says what the tree warden needs to do.
Ally, go ahead.
So we are, just for clarification on what motion would be, what it would include. So just like to approve the job description, to all of those bullets, and approve the funding allocations.
Yes, and right
Great.
now, I have dug around in in the budget for fiscal year 22, and we can manage to make those two things happen in those budgets, in those line items.
Unless we did add them. Yeah, we added them to 2023.
They're added to 2023, and we can find them to be able to do this work right now to find another tree warden and make this a little bit more of a, popular is the wrong word, but I know we're all running on empty, more of a
Immediate.
somebody's more apt to take us up on this offer.
Desirable.
Thank you.
Sustainable, yeah.
Palatable.
Okay.
Palatable.
Any questions or comments? Hey, Joe, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the current job description for the tree warden. Request that the town manager appropriate the funding to increase the tree warden's annual budget from $5,000 to $10,000. And request the town manager to appropriate the funding to increase the tree warden's honorarium to $2,500 to better reflect the work performed by this position.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ally, any questions or comments?
Just comment.
Yes.
Like, because the town manager can move these funds around anyway, I guess, what do we have to approve this for? Not, I mean, the job description, I understand, but.
It gets a little fuzzy because the tree warden actually works for y'all.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Instead of for me. So it felt a little cleaner and more transparent that we have this conversation between all the 8 of us. Makes sense. Yeah.
Hey, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, thank you. Okay, let's go to VCDP Policies, Planning. Welcome, Laurie.
Hi. So you have seen this a couple months ago, and we needed to have a little bit more time to work through some checks and balances of what was already within the town. But it's pretty straightforward. If what you have before you is some conditions that are necessary to go along with the grant for the Cornerstone Community Center. Actually, it's something that we have to do for all of our VCDP grants. And those are to adopt some specific municipal policies and codes. The last time that you actually did this was in 2019 for one of the applications that you received a grant for. There were some changes that were modified over the last 2 years. They included the use of excessive force. There was an additional few lines onto that and references. And then there's also texting while driving policy. And those are the 2 changes. And I actually looked word for word and checked everything for that. All of those questions have been resolved. There's no conflict with what the town's current policies and procedures are. And so my request to you is to adopt Form MP1 on municipal policies and codes from the Vermont Community Development Program, and the copy of that is attached. There is one that will be circulated or have been circulated for you to all at some point with, for you to sign on it. Everyone does need to sign on this if it is passed, and that has the most current dates today on that as well.
Great. Thanks. So any questions for Lori? Hey, hearing none, we'll entertain a motion. Ally, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt and sign the attached municipal policies and codes form MP1.
Like to second that?
Any other further questions or comments? Kim?
Was the use of force section updated since the last time we saw this?
So the last time we talked, there was a kind of emerging issue that the state use of force policy was not as stringent as our use of force policy, and HPD was still managing on how they were going to keep their high standards with the directive to use a policy that didn't have as high of standards. What they've done is they've adopted the state level policy and then put a addendum on top. It's a secondary one that takes all of those additional criteria and additional steps for HPD and says, not only are we going to match the state, but we're going to go above and beyond. So in theory, yes, we're fine with the state policy because then we've got a second one on top of that that says we shall also do these additional things.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. That brings us to mask mandates.
All right. I I know it feels like I kind of hear it, here we go again. In my head, here we are again. On the 30th, we talked about face coverings in the town of Hartford. The good news is since we met, VLCT has come out with some, they have a face covering toolkit for their municipalities. And so your discussion there is simply what we talked about last time. And your attachments are the two different options that VLCT has now fully vetted. One has an enforcement option, one does not, and they are of the belief that we can enforce it now with a kind of a ticketing option.
Hey, Mike, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. I wanted to explain my thoughts about this. At the meeting a couple weeks ago, I voted against having a face mask mandate based on the language that had been presented to us. I thought it needed some work, didn't have any exceptions in there, things like that. And I made clear, I would be open to voting for it again if we had language that I thought was good. Now, I don't know how the rest of the board feels about this, but there are a couple thoughts I have about this language that I see in front of us. The first is we've got two documents, one with an enforcement policy with a series of escalating tickets essentially, and another that doesn't have enforcement. I personally would not be in favor of an enforcement provision with the ticketing. I think these mandates kind of enforce themselves just psychologically when people go into a place and everyone's wearing one. Plus, if someone in a store or an indoor location wasn't wearing a mask and was told to leave and they refused, they would be committing a trespass, so I think there is an enforcement mechanism there. I would support the first document if we added the exceptions to section 4 that VLCT provided, namely that the face coverings aren't required for children under 2 years old, a person with a disability who can't wear a face covering or cannot safely wear one for reasons related to the disability, a person for whom wearing a face covering would create a risk to workplace safety, health, or job duty is determined by a workplace risk assessment. And of course, to any person who's eating or drinking inside an establishment that serves food or beverages. So I don't know if the ultimate vote count has changed at all since last time. And if it hasn't, then maybe this isn't, maybe we don't even have to go into this. But if there was interest, in actually voting on this, I would ask that we adopt the first document and that we amend it by adding the exceptions that are in italics in section 4, and then a vote on that as amended. I think it's a chance, at least if this comes up again, for us to get language that we'd be comfortable with. If we voted to amend it that way, we could all vote on the final product up or down. It doesn't necessarily have to pass. So I just don't know what the appetite is for that at this time.
So Mike, is that a motion or is that just a?
I don't know. I'm trying to feel people out here a little bit. I don't know. If we don't have 4 votes for it, it may just not be worth our time,
Okay. Ally, and then Dennis, and then Joe.
Yeah, this is our discussion period. I would echo that for sure. I feel really similarly. I think adding in those exceptions as presented makes a lot of sense. And then I did think about the enforcement. I think I kind of changed my tune a little bit from what I was thinking initially. And I would also support, I think, not including an enforcement clause. I reached out to Sean Mulholland, who's the Lebanon city manager, and not to compare Lebanon and Hartford, because they're certainly different communities, but because theirs does have an enforcement, fining system, as does I think Hanover's, just to get a sense of regionally what's been the approach, and was what are some challenges, what are some successes, and how many do you have any statistics anecdotally or quantitative on how many fines have actually been issued, and he said they haven't issued actually any fines, even though they have an enforcement clause, and that their approach has been more about, education and, if there does need to be support from, and not that I want to support additional policing in any way, but I think the mechanism that we would have is, if somebody, doesn't wear a mask and there's a mask mandate, that store owner or whomever, owns that establishment could ask for that additional support. And so I would hope that that would be the case, that we would be able to offer some of that support in terms of like in verbal, I guess, enforcement, or just, you know, education and asking folks to be on board for everybody's safety. But in terms of a ticketing system, I personally don't feel that the need to potentially ticket folks, and would hope that people could just, you know, respect the mandate as is, and help fellow neighbors and keep folks safe. So yes, I think that's what I have on that.
Great. And just so people know, Thetford North have adopted the mask ordinance mandate without the enforcement. So yeah, there they are, neighboring towns. Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, again. So as I shared when we visited this before, I don't necessarily feel a mask mandate. We don't have one in right now when I'm wearing one. I believe in masks. I very recently attended a public meeting in a building that had signs all over it that says mask required, and noticed that masks weren't worn or enforced or anything. And so I really don't know what this mandate will really achieve. Those that want to wear them and in good faith are wearing them. But that's my personal feelings. But the amount of feedback that we've had that people would like to have us do this mandate, I think there was one response that we all got that wasn't for this, maybe two, but several that did. And there's no public input here tonight, I guess. So I'm comfortable with going with what Mike has suggested.
There was one gentleman here at the beginning that spoke that said he was opposed to masks.
Thank you. Yes, that too.
I think we have Joe, and we'll come to you later.
No, I've actually, Dennis stole my thunder. The amount of people that have emailed both the board and me personally, as well as business owners, it was maybe 10 to 1 as far as wanting to support a mask mandate. I appreciate Mr. Hoyt and putting those provisions in, and I would be accepting of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I happened to catch the governor's press conference today, and a lot of the facts and the figures that were put out there. And I tend to agree what he says, that 95% of us are getting vaccinated, getting the booster shots. And I agree what he says also, that I don't think it's quite fair to punish the 95% for 5% that are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So I cannot support a mask mandate. I am not an anti-masker. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Quite the contrary, I have no problem putting on a mask when I'm asked to, or when it's required of me to go into a business. I'm just not a fan of government mandating something like a mask. In society today, we have to make choices, and we have to live by the consequences of those choices. And I think that there's a certain amount of free will that we should be allowed to have. And I do not support this measure at all. I'm going to vote no.
Thanks. One question I have is, and there is one hand up now too. We had a lot of semantics and concern around the language with what was a policy versus what was staff guidance. So we're calling this a rule. Any idea where that falls in the scope of like?
Again, this comes from this emergency S1 and the way that it came down from the legislature. And that's what VLCT is calling it. I bet you there's some fantastically nerdy, nuanced answer on that. And maybe one day we'll all know. But that appears to be the language that for some reason was the language that came down through S1 on that Monday before Thanksgiving vote.
Yeah.
And Allie might have, I'm saying
I definitely don't. But just Kim, are you asking that question like the language of rule versus ordinance, or okay, yeah. I don't know the answer to that, but
And clearly, I mean, maybe because it is such a temporary measure and that we need to revisit it again in 45 days. And a couple of things I thought of, it's not, the idea of enforcement, don't have a strong opinion one way or another, but we're looking at it from the business owner's perspective, but it could theoretically be perceived from the consumer's perspective. If a consumer walks into a restaurant that pretty much chooses not to enforce a mandate and their staff is not wearing a mask, what's the recourse of the customer? They are not, I mean, in my opinion, they should just leave that establishment. That would be the wise thing to do because they have that option, but they're not going to file a no trespass against the owners of that business. So I'm just sharing that. I'm also comfortable with or without the enforcement. I do think, I think I've shared previously that, and I'm not sure if I shared this with the whole board, like I did do an informal poll also with some of the small businesses, but I sent an email as the small business owner to the chair and the town manager and the vice chair, also just expressing some of the sentiment of the number of small businesses in the town of Hartford, and not just in White River Junction, but also in Quechee and Wilder and et cetera. Sometimes the number of employees is so small that if an employee is exposed or test positive for COVID-19, it's not an inconvenience and a mild illness like if they're vaccinated. It's not like, okay, well, you just need to go isolate for 10 days. In many cases, those businesses will need to close during a very, hopefully profitable time of the year for many restaurants and shops and things. And the fact that it's not just about, sure, anyone I know would deal with a mild illness, but because of the level of contagion, especially with the Delta variant, that person cannot be serving customers for the next 10 or 12 days, or whatever the requirements are now. And so I do think for a lot of people, it wouldn't just be like burdening their small staff by being understaffed. I think many businesses would have to close. And then I also added a note about there is a stigma associated. Like if a business needs to close for a week because they had a COVID exposure, customers might think twice about going into that building again. So I just think these add kind of to those layers of why I felt that if this were June and if we didn't just have a new variant and if our cases were not that high, I would not be in favor of the mandate either. But we're in the busiest travel month of the year. People gather this time of year. It's less likely to be able to outdoor gather. And for that reason, I very much support it. And there is one.
Okay, let's bring that person over.
Bring Becky over.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
No.
I didn't think so.
I've been having tech issues on this end all night, so unfortunately we can't hear you.
But they're fixed. All you heard.
Becky, try talking now.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit,
A
yes.
little.
Speak loudly.
Okay. Sorry, let me try. Ooh. Okay. So this is Becky Chalet, resident of Hartford, and you guys have the select board have all received a bunch of information from me at the end of last week, I think, in terms of a informal survey of town businesses, as well as a letter from some members of the former Hartford Ad Hoc Committee on Coronavirus Response. Basically, I'm here tonight to beg you to pass a mandate, in large part to protect the citizens of our town and the businesses of our town, as well as visitors to the town, but also in deference to healthcare workers, teachers, school staff, people who are on the front lines, who are literally in terms of especially of healthcare workers, sacrificing their own well-being to care for people who are dying of COVID. And masking is a critical way of slowing the spread of this disease, of this virus. And we owe it to our community. We owe it to all of these frontline workers to put on masks all the time in public spaces. And since this mandate, 2 weeks ago when you guys discussed this mandate, there was one select board member wearing a mask, and there were multiple comments saying, oh, we don't need a mandate because, people who are going to wear masks are wearing masks, but no one, it's not going to make anybody else wear a mask. But here we are 2 weeks later, and 6 out of 7 are wearing a mask because the conversation has been brought up and is sort of reminding everyone that this is what we are supposed to be doing. This is the recommendation from the CDC and the Vermont Department of Health that all people over 2 should be wearing a mask in public indoor spaces. So this is it's really our responsibility. And this is the way for the town to model the correct behavior, is to pass this mandate and to be showing up on CATV with everyone wearing masks in this room. So I beg you guys to pass this. Thank you.
Thanks, Becky. Okay, any other questions or comments?
No other hands on the screen.
I do have a question.
Yes.
So I see it says effective immediately. That's not much of a warning to anybody that, we're gonna know what's going on, but is that really a good thing to do? I mean, I'm anxious to get this in place for all the reasons that's been mentioned, but I just, three quarters of the town tomorrow won't know about this. Put it down on the listserv that we have this, and how do we market this?
And I would tend to agree. I don't know if, Monday is a time where people, the board can agree to start this. It just seems to,
Well, we're not enforcing it, so nobody's gonna get in trouble, but I
but
guess
we
my
want to
question-
get it out and the
My thought
information
is
out.
more, we can do it immediate, but how do we get the word out, I guess, is more what I was, so get everybody thinking this way.
Thanks, Dan. I'm looking at the S1 that passed, and just for clarification, they do call it a rule. They give us the authority to adopt a rule. But they also say that a rule adopted pursuant to this section, which allows us to do it, shall take effect upon adoption. So basically, I don't know that we have any recourse unless adoption is when we physically sign it or something, as opposed to when we just approve it. I'm not quite sure, but it seems like it's gonna have to, seems like it's taken effect pretty much if we vote on it, would be my guess based on this.
It is done immediately in other towns, neighboring towns. What they did was it did go out on the listserv, and it went out to the business council and to sort of all the organizations. So the news traveled pretty fast, and then they just so that people were aware. But again, with no enforcement, it's not, it's just making people aware. So.
Did you have something, Lynn?
Okay.
Oh,
I don't have a mask. So.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead,
if
Mike.
people want. So I move that the select board adopt the rule requiring wearing face coverings indoors in public spaces without the enforcement provision with the following amendment. In section 4, for exceptions, that we insert the following additional exceptions. Children under 2 years, a person with a disability who cannot wear a face covering or cannot safely wear a face covering for reasons related to the disability. A person for whom wearing a face covering would create a risk to workplace health, safety, or job duty is determined by the workplace risk assessment. And any person while eating or drinking inside any establishment that serves food or beverages.
I would second that.
Ally, other questions or comments?
Just
Yeah.
clarification. Those blanks that need to be filled in, we don't need to address those.
No, those are all standard, town of Hartford, things like that.
Okay. So let's call the vote. Those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
6 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries. That will bring us to commission reports. Anybody?
I'll just say that by schedule conflict with the assigned the tree committee, I think has been resolved, so I can't go this week, but then I rearranged my work schedule so I can keep DRC.
Excellent. Great. Mike?
Just the school board one, you may have seen this in the Valley News. They had a meeting planned to alleviate sort of some of the stress or concerns people have been feeling, teachers, students, involves delaying a rollout of a new English and language arts curriculum, hiring a new mental health clinician, a new student assistance program counselor. They're trying to increase the number of volunteers who help out, and they're trying to find some bus drivers. That's my understanding. The other one is the Climate Action Committee. They did not meet last week because of a lack of a quorum, but they are preparing their report for the annual town report.
Thanks, Joe.
Parks and Rec, the pool continues work, actually going through the end of this month. And it looks as if the pool will open on time sometime in early June of next year when the school closes.
Ellie?
Yeah, so emergency shelter, I got the update on the first, the working session with the planning commission on changes to our proposed changes to RV policy. And I heard that I wasn't able to attend that session, unfortunately, but heard that there were some really great, useful questions around, you know, is there, what would, if not 14 days as a time limit for RVs, what would be the time limit? Talking about the distinction of owner occupied RVs versus non-owner occupied RVs and sanitation and just like some of those kind of how would this, you know, actually work and play out in practice. So it was determined there will be a second working session with the planning commission on the same topic, just to kind of work through some of those revisions. And then in our last meeting, we also had a special celebrity sighting from Tracy Yarlett Davis herself, who came to educate us a little bit about what Montpelier has learned from their sheltering on public lands policy, which has essentially decriminalized camping in public spaces if there's no other option for a camper, essentially, still with some language around public health and safety. And so we were just getting Tracy's insight and then having a dialogue around, you know, what kind of conversations we would need to have potentially with other committees who kind of have a stake in land, like maybe Resilient Hartford, Parks and Rec, Conservation Commission. And so that might be something that we as a committee start to explore in the new year. And then H. Corey, there's continued conversation about how to include high school liaisons, not just attending the meetings, but being actually part of the committee, but there might need to be a charge revision potentially for H. Corey. So that might be coming down the pike to figure out what that means procedurally, but we're really excited, again, that high schoolers are so substantively involved. And then the policy working group is, I think that's going to come in the new year, is going to share where we are with the timeline for the strategic plan for racial equity and inclusion, and hopefully want to make that a quarterly process so that there are kind of consistent updates on those action items and recommendations from the strategic plan, and then that becomes, you know, part of the year is getting updates so we stay on track with that. I'm done with that.
Sally, Andy?
Nothing.
Dennis?
Thank you. Conservation Commission met. I was able to attend. We had a meeting here, I don't know, a few months ago, and there was a citizen that had a concern about the timber harvest, the proposed timber harvest up in the town forest. And they've contacted that person and met and addressed some of the concerns. And I was very pleased to see that working relationship. There's some new signs. I've seen one of them. They're calling them wayfinding signs. I know I went up Center of Town Road within the last week, and the one that sends you up Kings Highway to what would be Reservoir Road to the town forest. There's a new sign there, and I know there's at least one more, and there might be three, but look for those when you're up that way. They're still working on the whether it's good or bad to leaf blow trails up there. They're going to, with Forest Service, to get an actual opinion on this. The trail, the Manawaka trail, I believe that runs from Wilder out towards King Arthur, Flower. Yeah, they've re-signed that. They're also working with a CAP group. They did get a grant to do a water bottle fill station, but I'm unclear, but that is canceled so that we're not doing that now. And they're hoping to make 2022 the year of the tree.
Good.
Thank you.
The Hartford Energy Commission is looking for members, and we talked about the tree board tonight. They'll be thrilled that we did the job description and authorized some more funding. So with that, we'll consent agenda.
I believe it's my show tonight. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve payroll ending December 11th, 2021. Approve meeting minutes of November 30th, 2021 and December 7th, 2021. Approve the AP manifest of December 10th, 2021 and December 14th, 2021. And we need to approve meeting dates for the select board of January 20th, 2021. I'm sorry, January 20th is my birthday, so that's why I goes.
If you want to meet on your birthday.
Don't want to meet.
No.
Better fix
I
that one.
apologize for the little Freudian slip. If any of you want to give me a present, you can more than welcome to do that. Anyway, approve meeting dates of January 25th, 2021, February 8th, 2021, and February. You know what? That should be 2022.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. January 25th, 2022, February 8th, 2022, and February 22nd, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mike, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Just to let the board know, I will not be here on the 11th of January. So.
Okay.
Make note of that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Adjourn?
Okay. So Kim made a motion to adjourn and Dennis seconded it. All in favor, say aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Unanimous?
Wow.
Oh, can you do it?